Hello, my name is Megan LaRoche, and I'm doing an autobiographical interview of my maternal grandparents. First, I'm going to interview my grandma, Jolene Price. She was born on October 25th, 1948, in Beloit, Kansas. And first, I'm going to start by asking you some questions about your birth. Do you remember any interesting stories you've been told about your birth?
My father was very worried I was going to get mixed up with another boy who had much different coloring than me. He was much more tan or olive skin, and that my mother couldn't take her eyes off me.
So you were born in a hospital?
Yes.
What is your earliest memory?
Riding horses and my maternal grandfather leading me around the hill at our place.
Where was that?
That was at Corinth, Kansas, south of Downs, southeast of Osborne.
Okay. Who do you feel was the most influential person to you as a child?
Probably my mother.
Did you have any pets as a child?
I had a dog named King.
Do you remember what kind of dog it was?
I'm sure he was a mixture.
Okay.
He was black and white.
What type of things was he inside, outside? Did he...
He was outside mainly.
What did you like to do during the summertime when you were little?
Go with my dad on the combine, go in the wheat trucks.
Did you ever go to the pool or anything? Did they have a pool at that time?
After I was older, there was this creepy pool in Osborne, and then they built a new one.
Where was the first pool at?
It was down by the
Creek Golf Club?
down by the City Works plant.
Oh, was that down by the golf course?
Pretty sure.
On the opposite side of town, I think.
Maybe like by the fairgrounds?
Field?
No, it was down by where the water plant and all that. No.
That would be kind of creepy.
Yes, it was very creepy. And stuff was crumbling off of it. But then they built a new pool.
Did you take swimming lessons?
Yes. Oh, I can tell you about another early thing that I remember. When I was in kindergarten, I much preferred to be at home. And during class, I would ask to get my coat. I was cold. I would get my coat, and then I would run the block home. But then there was a place where they dug to put a light pole in, and they left it open. And there was a boy in my class named Bob Bloomer who one day fell into there and got stuck, and I had to run to home and get my dad to go pull him out.
So you had a house in town and then you had land somewhere else where they...
We had a farm at when I was, because I was so shy. My parents moved to Osborne so I could go to city school and go to kindergarten. And then we drove to the farm east of Osborne, and we drove to our pasture land south of Osborne.
Okay. Do you remember what your favorite game was when you were a kid? Like I don't know if it would be...
Probably Chinese checkers.
Chinese checkers. Did you have any nicknames?
Later, when I was in about junior high, they called me corny. I hated it
Why? Because you liked corn, or?
because my name was Cordell.
Oh, okay. What were you most afraid of as a child?
Falling in that hole south of Osborne. I didn't like chickens when I was little because they pecked me, and roosters chased me, and
Do you remember any other interesting stories about being a kid, or any interesting stories that some of your older relatives told you when you were little?
yes, after my maternal grandfather died, I'd go home and tell my mother that I saw him driving through the streets because there was another man that had a car that I would think was him all the time.
Did you used to go riding in the car with him or anything like that?
Oh no. I just missed my granddad and thought he was driving up down the street. Happy memories was always having a horse. You want different ages?
Well, right now we're still kind of just in early childhood, but if there's anything really little, like, kindergarten, things like that,
Oh, by the way, when I would go home and get my coat and run home, my mother would walk back with me and I'd have to go back to school. An interesting childhood memory was going down a slippery slide behind a black child and jumping up to look and see if he rubbed off on me. Because there was only one black family in town. And I'm sure that somewhat it put in my mind that I don't think that was an original thought. We lived in a half basement house when I was young. Oh, I remember the birth of my brother, putting his hand in my hair for him to pull my hair, and then he learned too well.
So you said that you had at least a grandpa nearby when you were growing up?
Yes, and I had a second grandpa who didn't go look at me for maybe up to 6 weeks because I was a girl and his firstborn child was supposed to be a boy. And
do you remember what your parents thought about that? Did they say anything about that?
it even got worse because he would buy my brother big expensive presents and give him money. And the only present I remember from my granddad, Cordell, was a purse. It was red and it had a daisy flower in it. And he brought it back from Texas. And my parents told my granddad he had to give us equal things.
Did your mom have any brothers or sisters nearby too, or?
She had one brother who we went to see a lot. And when I was really young, my grandmother lived close to us and my stepdad.
Oh, okay.
And then they moved to Atchison and we'd go visit them there.
It's pretty interesting for the time then that they were divorced or separated.
My grandmother actually was married to 3 men, and she had my Uncle Tom and Uncle Floyd, and then she was remarried to my mother's dad, Art Latham, and then she was married to my Uncle Harry.
So
my grandpa era.
your brother was named after your grandpa?
Yes, Arthur Frank Cordell. His name is for both grandpas.
Okay, so I think now we'll move on to grade school and high school. Do you remember who your best friend was from those times, or are you still in touch with them?
My best friend a lot of that time was Vicki Henderson or Janice Quinzer or Kathy Roberts. And yeah, I hear from Vicki every once in a while. The most thing that I remember was Vicki always brushed her teeth. Didn't matter if you were late to school or not, she'd still brush her teeth.
What was your favorite subject in school?
Math,
Do you still like that today?
yes.
Why did you like that so much?
I liked math because you did your problems and you were done. You could read stuff or do other things you never knew if your assignment was done, but math was, you did it, you got it, it was done.
Was there ever any problems of that, like being a girl liking math at that time, or did no one ever say anything to you about that?
No, I think part of it started with playing cards. And I think the other part was when I was little, my mother would give me an adding machine and let me add up wheat tickets and stuff like that to keep me entertained.
And did you feel pretty responsible doing that, or was that just normal to you?
I think it was a good way to keep me busy so she could concentrate.
Oh, so she just had you do it for fun. It wasn't, you weren't just adding up the tickets for...
I did them up and then she'd go over them. And my dad also always was very much, we had calves of our own and cows of our own. And from the time I was very little, I remember getting a cow out of my granddad Latham's estate, and then when she'd have cows and we'd sell the cows, he'd always have me keep track of that, and if I wanted spending money, then we always kept a ledger about what I spent it for, how much was left.
Sounds like a good thing to start kids on. Did you have a favorite sport, or did you like sports when you were in high school?
I'd love to go to sports, and when I was young, I lived in Osborne, but I would go with my Aunt Nicole to my cousin's games, and he was from down, so when I was old enough to start going with Janice Quinzer and her brother was playing, and my cousin was playing, I'd always root for Downs, even though it's an Osborne game with Osborne people.
Did that cause any problems?
It caused a few laughs, at least. I can still remember sitting down on a blanket in front of the Quinzer's car at a ball game at Osborne and that happening.
Okay, is there a teacher that you remember having that was particularly influential? Or
I had a teacher whose name was Maud Weiss, and she had actually taught my dad, and that was pretty interesting, so I was kind of her little favorite. That was second grade. Except that I liked to get up and walk around and talk, and so we had little individual chairs and a desk, and she would put rope all the way around the chair and the desk so I couldn't get up and run around.
I don't think they would let teachers do that today.
No, and if you talk too much, you would find that you would have tape across your mouth.
Oh. Ooh. How would you describe yourself as a student? Socially, academically, maybe you're a little talkative?
Actually, I was really very, very shy. So, when I was probably up to 5th grade, I was fairly shy, but I was also very spoiled, and sitting in a chair, if I got my work done, was very boring. So when I was done, I was ready to get up and do something else. I would say I was probably a fairly good student because, especially in math, because I wanted everything to be right. And I liked the extra work papers that you could do or take home.
Okay. What kind of extracurricular activities did you participate in as a teen?
I was a teen. I still did Girl Scouts. I did that for as far as you could go. As a teen in high school, I was in Cats. I was in.
What's Cats?
It was a social club where you did activities for other people. And it was in pep club. And
So you organized activities or
yeah,
fundraising maybe?
we did more social things like go to nursing homes, fist baskets for people at Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Sort of volunteering maybe?
Yeah, exactly.
And then what was the next?
Pep club that everybody kind of was in, and you went to all the ball games and painted the streets then with chalk, kind of a chalk water. Got out of school at that time to go do that, so that was pretty fun. And even then, we had a few times that we would go by bus with the football team, basketball team.
Was that pretty special to go on
Yeah,
the
that
bus?
was pretty neat. And that was something my dad would do, is he would drive, and especially during basketball season, and take me and other girls to the game. And since he was usually working in the summertime, that was pretty special for him to take time to go to those games and drive laughing girls to games.
You put up with all your talking and laughing.
Yep.
Did you have a teen idol? Someone, I don't know, did they have kind of posters at that time, or anyone you really were crazy about?
It was really funny because at that point, I was not as much into music, haven't been as most people, but I can remember how my mother did not like Elvis Presley. And then later, she started collecting all of his albums, all sorts of things, but at that point, she didn't. And I loved Hawaiian music.
Did you have to kind of hide your Elvis Presley music from her or anything, or she just didn't let you play it sometimes?
She'd let me play it. She just didn't like to watch him wiggle. Move.
So that was sort of covering your favorite music, maybe? You said Hawaiian music?
Yep.
What do you think people found surprising about you when you were a teen?
That I could be a leader because I'd always been so shy. And I was in Future Homemakers of America, and I obtained as high a level as you can doing that, and went to interviews in Topeka for that.
So do you think that's interesting that you achieved so high in that when you kind of took a different path of, instead of being a homemaker, to have a career?
Well, at that time, the three things that were popular were teaching, being a secretary, or being a nurse. And I always wanted to be a nurse. So I think I just sought out things that I could achieve the highest that I, like Girl Scouts, I went as high as I could in the future. How many across America, I was a state level person, and you know, I was never a cheerleader or some of that stuff, so I sought my level in different ways. I was on student council, and I also was able to go to K-State. There were one boy and one girl chosen every year. I got to do that.
For the future homemakers.
I know that was actually through
Student council.
the Legion actually chose the people that went, but they were looking for future leaders.
Okay. Did you do any like babysitting, or did you have a job or anything during high school?
Yeah, I started at 25 cents an hour working in the local pharmacy that had a soda, as a soda jerk, and was a cashier, wrapped presents. Did that all the way through a sophomore in college.
Can you explain what a soda jerk is?
You had fountain drinks, and like big time then was cherry Coke and vanilla Cokes. And you also made real live ice cream shakes and sundaes. And it was in the pharmacy.
So you made the drinks, or you, like you said, you just wrapped presents, or?
Oh no, I made the drinks, and that was kind of fun because the big football players and different people come in to get their drinks and everything, and you got to serve them.
Did you ever have a special someone in high school?
Yeah, I sort of dated this guy all the way from a freshman that he moved in to Osborne to go to high school from Portis, and I think my parents liked him and he liked my parents a lot. He came around a lot. He was an only child and the only grandchild, and he collected cars, and he would come and leave me an extra car to drive.
What did you like about him?
Probably his horses and his cars.
So did he drive you around in his cars too?
Yeah.
Where were the special places to drive to?
Up and down Main Street was a big waste of time, but that's what we did. And you drive down to where the Boy and Girl Scout log house was down by the river, and we go to his house and ride horses, or go to my farm. And we later, as a junior and senior, we would sometimes go to ball games.
So when you rode horses, did you just how to explain what that might be like?
Oh, it was fun riding horses at his house because they were all quarter horses and higher grade of horses. Ours were just, after I got older, were just a pinto or play horses. And when I was younger, they were the work horses that we actually pulled a sled with, and pulled water tanks to the cattle and stuff.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to talk about from high school?
Well, there were 6 of us that ran around together, and I think I always was worried I'd be left out, but usually I was always invited to stuff. I didn't have a older brother or sister to learn to dance with, so I never really learned to dance, so I felt left out of stuff like that. High school always kind of had some teachers that were friends besides the teachers. High school sometimes dated other people and rode a horse from our farm into town with one of the football cool guys out of our class, because we only had 4 guys that played football. And that was kind of fun. We rode it to town and then went to a party, and everybody at the party got to ride my horse.
Do you think there's a difference between dating now and when you dated, or what you would define as dating?
Yeah, because most of the time we dated, well, sort of in groups. But I mean, there were a lot of group activities.
Did you have any rules about dating from your parents, or what was that like?
Actually, after I started dating my husband,
And when was that?
that was when, summer after I was a senior.
Okay.
And we would park out back and talk, and my little brother would be sent to flip the light on and off when my parents decided it was time for us to come in. And one time my mother met my to-be husband at the back door and said that if we couldn't come in the house to talk, we didn't need to be parked and talking. That was a interesting encounter so he came in and my dad was sitting at the kitchen table, not looking happy.
Okay. So I guess we'll kind of transition. So you graduated high school, and how did you? So I know you attended college. Well, how did you plan to do that, or how did that kind of come about there?
Well, interestingly, my granddad that had plenty of money absolutely thought it was a waste of time for girls to go to college.
Is that the same one that wouldn't come visit you?
Yes. And so, being farmers, I qualified for some extra pay, and the rest of it my parents paid, and I paid from working. The first year I did not work when I went to Fort Hays, and I was only 17, so I couldn't go to any of the bars or any of the parties then, and that kind of got me off to a start of not being part of the group. Interesting thing I remember from my freshman year was at our little floor meetings, one of the things they told us was if guys got extra aggressive, just to pull their armpit hair. That has stuck with me to this day. There were lots of kids from my hometown that went to school there, so it was kind of like
A continuum of high school?
Yep.
So was Fort Hays pretty much just where people went, or that is what you really wanted, where you really wanted to go?
Yeah, I really would have gone to K-State at the beginning, except my parents thought it'd be better to go to a school that was a little smaller and closer to home and where everybody else was going.
And you said you graduated at 17, so you started school early, or?
Yeah, I started at 4. I was one of the youngest kids in my class always. So I did not turn 18 till the end of October, so I'd missed out on the part of August, all of September, and almost all of October that everybody else was going hip-hopping at the local beer joints.
So you You went to Fort Hays for nursing,
Yes.
and that was your main choice.
Yes, my mother's choice was not that because she said I'd not ever be able to take care of older people because I'd gotten scared in a nursing home when I was little, and so I wouldn't let older people touch me. She much preferred that I go as a teacher.
So you went to Fort Hays for 1 year. And
In a
then,
summer.
In a summer. And then decided to go to K-State.
Right. And that's where Bruce was that I was dating, and by that time I had decided I wanted to major in interior design. In K-State had a good department. But then I found family economics and decided to major in family economics because that was a brand new degree, and only K-State and Michigan had that degree. So then I was going to work in banks and try to help people who are about ready to go bankrupt save their land and their homes. And it was the beginning of some federal programs that were out there. And that's what I thought would be cool.
So what would you say are some differences between K-State and Fort Hays?
At that time, where Fort Hays probably had 4 buildings on campus, and each building included a lot of different degree type things. K-State would have a building just for economics, a building just for English, another building for just more math type things. A lot larger campus, a lot larger classes.
Where did you live at when you went to K-State?
Actually, I lived in a brand new dorm that was still being used. I think it's still being used. Ford Hall, and I worked there at the reception desk, and at that time you had a little cord you plugged in for people to talk when they called, and it was a great way to meet people.
Okay, so you went to K-State for a year, then
And a summer.
in the summer, and then
I got married and moved to Kansas City, where I knew no one, and then went to Maple Woods and took an accounting class, and
so I guess could you kind of explain what happened? You were at K-State, but you got married. What happened? Like, who you got married to? Because it wasn't Bruce.
I married the high school principal's son, and was pregnant when I got married, and we were planning on getting married the next year because he wanted me to finish college and I could have graduated at
K-State.
yeah, and after another year. And got married. We bought our house in about 9 months, and our first house, and then
What made you decide to go to Kansas City?
because that's where he was and working. He had already gotten a job for it with General Motors at that point.
Do you know what made him decide to go there?
Because his a fraternity brother of his lived in Kansas City, and he came here to look for work and got his wonderful job at General Motors that he worked at for 37 years.
Okay. So kind of when you got married, your college was kind of put on hold for a little while.
Right. And at that point, Gary made good enough money that we made probably more money than any of our friends made. That I didn't need to work. And he didn't want me to work. He'd grown up with his mom working always. And it was kind of, if you could afford it then, your wife didn't work.
And did you feel okay about that, or you just...
Not really, because when Julie was 7 months old, I went to work at a Mother's Day Out program and then managed that. And when Jason came along and was so sickly, he'd stay home with Gary that worked evenings, and I'd leave to go home with him, be with him, and Julie would be able to stay there and play and take a nap, and then I'd pick her up, and Gary was already at work.
So Julie was your first child, and Jason was your second child.
Right, they were 16 months apart. And we didn't have any family close, so we took our kids every place that we went. If we went to church, they went with us. That was an adjustment for Gary because he was used to kids sitting in church with you. The church we went to preferred that they go to the nursery. And it was the same place I did the Mother's Day Out. So it was just kind of like our little social life at that point. The neighbors across the street went to church there. And then we had a co-op group for our little darlings, because then the Mother's Day Out was only 2 days a week. And at that, it was kind of a way for moms to be able to drop their kids off and they go shopping, and one mother, it rotated, and she kept these little darlings, and we did little friend art projects with them and everything like that. So,
how did you choose your neighborhood that you lived in?
we looked into the schools even when Julie was 7 months old, and Park Hill had a good school district. And the neighborhood was just a nice young family neighborhood that we could afford.
Do you remember looking for houses?
Oh, yes.
What that was like?
Yeah, our first house was very simple to look for because Julie was little and had no input. When we looked for our second house, she and her brother would ask the real estate agent if it was in the Park Hill School District, and if it wasn't, they would not get out of the car to go look. The only other funny thing was we were looking for her first house. Our real estate agent taught Julie to blow bubbles, and so she loved to go on the car windows and go to the car windows, and her little mouth prints would be there. I'm sure you remember that.
So what was like your biggest surprise as becoming a parent? Do you think it was harder since you really weren't close to, say, your mom or your stepmom, or not your stepmom, your mother-in-law? Do you think, did they come down and visit, or is there anything you'd like to talk about there?
Yeah, my mom came to visit 2 weeks before because I was a month, 3 weeks overdue or more. And then she went home, and when my husband always wanted to be at home with the baby, he always took vacation when they were born to be there with them.
Is that pretty common at that time? Or?
No, everybody else's mom or somebody came, but we did it on our own.
Did you like that? How did you think about
Yeah,
that?
that was kind of cool at that point because for him to take vacation and be at home was kind of neat. His idea was he wanted to get close to the baby too.
Where do you think he learned that from? Because I think being in my field of study now, it's still kind of a newer concept that the dad would want to be close to.
I think because he was a babysitter so much because his mom taught school and his dad worked, that he wanted to be there with his kids.
And so you said he worked night shifts?
He worked days all the time up until the week that Jason was born, and he went to nights that week. So then, at that point, he stayed home with the baby in the morning, and then I switched and went home. And it was hard, him working nights, to be friends with a lot of people because we were on different shifts. But as the kids grew up, we would take our entire basement and we would take all their little Fisher-Price stuff and neighbors' Fisher-Price stuff. There was 3 or 4 families, and we would get all that together and make a city. And so they would come over during that time. Gary would be asleep upstairs, and our little kiddos would play with their little city of school and barn and playhouse from Fisher-Price, and have a whole town. They would have a barn with horses, and probably the mothers must have liked playing with it as well as the kids.
Yeah, that sounds fun. I'd like to know a little bit what you thought about, like, childbirth, or what you remember about that.
You know, it was so interesting because my mom thought it was horrible, and I heard all those stories about it, and I decided early on I felt like their fear was because I didn't know what was going to happen. Nobody knew. So I got lots of books and studied about it and wanted to do basically natural childbirth. Gary and I did the Lamaze classes. I felt like I was pretty educated about it.
So you felt pretty comfortable going in?
Yeah, my main thing was I did not want to go and ever be sent home because I really wasn't in labor, and just wanted to be educated that I knew what was going to be happening. So with Julie, we waited, and when I got there, I was dilated to like 8, but she was face up instead of face down, so it took a while longer. Never had my water break with any of them.
Did they say why they thought that was?
No. So with Julie, I had no anesthesia until they went to do stitches. And then I sort of jumped, and they said, "Oh yeah, that's right, you didn't have anything." So she was born pretty naturally.
Okay.
The biggest shock was that she weighed more than I expected.
Okay.
Oh, and they kept thinking it was the year the Chiefs won the Super Bowl, and they say, "Oh, look at this good-sized football player." And that was my daughter. That was a girl, so that was kind of interesting.
Was there anything else exciting that happened the year she was born?
That's when we went to the moon, and I have pictures of her sitting in the walker watching us land and walk on the moon.
Okay.
She was slightly spoiled.
So you have 3 children. Do you remember what were some goals you had as a parent?
Well, I would have new goals for them, but it would be that they would be successful in life and be happy and would all graduate from college. And never worried about them being popular, but I wanted them to be comfortable socially.
What do you think the word family means to you? If you could just describe family, what would that be?
Family would, to me, would be everybody interacting and supporting each other and looking forward to being together and being the first person you would call if you had a problem or needed to talk about something. It'd be your safe haven.
Okay. How would you describe yourself as a parent?
I think I always had goals of being a parent, and when the kids, until they were 9 or 10, I think we were good parents. It was after they started having social influences that, particularly my husband, was not comfortable with that. I think when they were little, we were pretty strict. We did not ever eat in the car. We didn't. My mother said that we raised Julie like she was a little soldier. They were to pick up their toys when they got done playing before they got out a new one, different toy. And that was when they were 2 and 3. I think we were always pretty involved in their activities. They all played ball, they all danced, they all went to preschool. Tried to have them involved in activities that was going on.
Okay. So you're kind of saying about how your mom thought what you were doing. So how do you think your parents influenced how you parented?
Well, I think that, like, my mom made a big deal out of birthdays, and I think that was one thing that influenced it. My mom kind of did a thing of when your dad gets home, and I didn't agree with that. I didn't think that you should. I felt like if you're going to discipline your kids, you should discipline them and not put it up to wait till your father gets home.
Are there any traditions or that you wanted to pass down, or any things you didn't want to do?
Well, one of the things from my side of the family, holidays were a big deal, but we were always at home. On my husband's side of the family, they were never at home for holidays, and he hated that because he never knew if Santa Claus could find him. What I wanted to pass down was that holidays were a happy family time. Really, I always wanted the kids to know that the first place that they could call was home if they needed help, or if they were with somebody who was driving and they'd been drinking, that they could call us to pick them up. What I would do different is I would much more emphasize on them knowing themselves and having self-confidence over being achievers. I think somehow we must have forced them to feel like achievers, because I don't ever remember very often having to tell them to study or get good grades. As far as reading books, I could never send them to the room because there was as a discipline, because there was always books in there and they loved that, so that was never a discipline thing. And I never wanted the rooms to be a place that was thought of as
Punishment.
Yeah, it was. They were supposed to be happy place.
Okay. So this is kind of going back to you now, but do you wish in any way that you had been raised differently, looking back now? And is there anything that changed sort of with your relationship between your parents when you became a parent? Maybe you understood something differently, or...
I probably wished I had been raised where I didn't worry about money as much, because it was always whether this crop was going to be good or not. And I think that my parents had much more money and it was much more stable than a lot of my friends' families, but I always felt like we were poor dirt farmers.
So you just remember being worried about that a lot at a young age?
And as I got older, my in-laws impressed on that, before I was married even, that my family were poor dirt farmers. And then I realized that we owned land and lots of different things, and actually they rented a house, so that was just kind of the
Different perceptions.
right. And one of my good friends' dad was a veterinarian. One owned a store in town, and the rest of them all were farmers, but I thought we were more poor than they were.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't want my kids to really grow up worrying about money.
Okay.
But I think that was an unsuccessful thing.
So like I was saying, do you think your relationship changed with your parents as you became a parent, or...
To a point, I think it was closer. My parents never wanted to see us struggle or my kids not have what they needed. So I think it was...
Okay. And I think you mentioned before you have a brother, and he was younger than you.
We were kind of raised as two separate, almost families, because he was 6 years younger, 7 years behind me in school, so I think we were raised as only children almost.
Do you think that was kind of planned that you were far apart, or
No.
is he...
I think that they wanted to have kids closer together, but it just didn't happen.
Do you know if there is a specific reason, or...
No, I'm not sure how good their sex life was, but...
Okay. Who would you say you're closest to in your family?
Now my brother.
Okay. Who do you admire most in your family, and why?
Right now, I'd honestly say that my granddaughter who's graduating from K-State, my grandson who is graduating from high school and signed up for the Navy, and All four of my grandkids who are supporting themselves and making it on their own.
Okay. The next question is, have you lost any family members to death? And then what was your relationship to them, and how did their death affect you and your family?
My dad was always kind of the rock of Gibraltar, that he was always there if I needed to talk or needed anything, that he was just a very stable person, non-judgmental. My mom was one of my best friends. I could always call her, and you just think that your mom will always be there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you mind if we go back? I know you were kind of talking about how your parents and their relationship. I was wondering if you have any thoughts about how that might have affected you and your marriage, or just wasn't really talked about.
Sex wasn't talked about. My dad was epileptic, so they slept in different beds. They slept in twin beds. But my parents always talked everything out. They always talked everything out. The only way I know my parents were ever mad, I never really heard them argue, is my dad would get up and go to breakfast at a restaurant instead of my mom getting up and cooking breakfast. And other than that,
He would do that when he was mad, or he
Yeah.
would just do that and that would make her mad.
oh, both.
So it's sort of like, I'm mad at you, so I'm not going to eat your breakfast.
Right. And he might not talk much, but I never heard him argue. Ever. My dad would tell us to do something, and he very seldom had to tell us the second time. If he had to talk to you the third time, which I remember about 3 times, he would get a yardstick. Do not ever remember being spanked by him with a yardstick.
Okay.
But it was always up over this door, and I think probably he looked at it and we did what we were told.
I'm kind of curious about, do you think your parents were in love and that's why they got married too? I mean,
Oh,
it's
definitely.
not like,
Yeah, they definitely were in love, and they had many obstacles because my granddad was Catholic. My dad had been married before, so that was like a sin for the church. Caused lots of problems.
you said your dad was married before.
For about 6 months and lived in Chicago until my grandparents went to visit. And my dad went to work that day and came home and his wife was gone. And
Do you know much about what happened there?
I think that my grandparents wanted them to move back to Kansas, and they were in Chicago. And I think she just didn't want to live the country life.
Was she also from Osborne?
No, she was from Chicago.
How did he meet her? Do you know?
He left home when he was, I don't know, 23, 24, and kind of hitchhiked his way across the United States, ended up in California, and picked berries and stuff like that, dug potatoes and stuff, and then
Would this have been in the 30s or early 40s?
probably earlier than that.
Because was he old enough, to be in World War II at all, or?
Actually, I think he was old enough to be in World War I. He was born in 1908. And he was in the military, but because of him having the seizures,
Oh,
the
you said he was-
seizures were when he was 4 or 5. He climbed up on a windmill and decided he would fly because he'd been to an air show and fell off, punctured his windpipe with a oil can, and he couldn't talk, so he did not start school until he was about 7.
That was pretty lucky that it didn't puncture something else.
Yes. But he was in the military, but he could not, they wouldn't let him go abroad because he had the epilepsy.
Right. So he kind of was sort of a migrant and went and...
And that was
Did
a very
some
different
more-
lifestyle for him because his parents were pretty affluent and always had someone that helped cook and
he was from Osborne, right? He
was from
outside-
actually south of Downs.
Okay.
And their farm was well known around because they were one of the first ones that had their own electricity
Okay.
and generated electricity. And it was very fascinating to me because they had a horse barn, a cow barn, had a special place that they butchered their own meat, and people from close by. And
But was that the grandpa that you would go ride horses? Or
no, that was the other one.
Okay.
And he never worked. He always was a supervisor and was out buying land and bought a lot of land during the Depression. People didn't like him too much at times because he had hid money back, didn't put it in banks for a long time, didn't trust banks up until the time he died. He buried money in his backyard.
Do you think maybe that's kind of why your parents had such a, that money problems kind of reflected down to them? Well, not that they had money problems, but they were very kind of worried about money at that time.
Yeah, and they always tried to buy things and not charge him or rent, charge him out or rent or,
Lease and stuff.
yeah.
Like that.
I mean, if they bought a tractor or anything, a combine, they pretty well had it paid for before they bought it up until they went into business with some other people with cattle and stuff like that.
Okay. So you kind of thought that your dad met his first wife when he was kind of roaming around. And, so did he have any siblings? Why do you think he just...
He didn't have any siblings. He wanted to get away from his dad, who was worked him very, very hard when he didn't work. And he would go off and leave my grandmother and him, and they'd never know where he was or when he was coming back. He was kind of a independent person. He owned land in Minnesota, Oklahoma, Texas, and he'd get up one morning and leave and wouldn't even tell them where he was going or that he was not coming back. So there was lots of stress over that. And so then my dad and grandma would have all the responsibility of all the farm hands. And even though she had somebody there that cooked and everything, and she probably had stomach cancer for a long time, so she wasn't exceptionally healthy. So...
Did you get to meet her?
Well, yeah, she died when I was 3, but I still think I sort of remember her. They moved to town into Osborne, and so she was there. I think I remember more of her being sick than anything else.
Okay. So you kind of think that your dad, his parents went up there and kind of, do you think they kind of scared his wife away?
Oh yeah, I do. I think that they were insistent that they were going to move back here. And I think they wanted her to come back with them. And then they figured my dad would come. And whether they threatened her or whatever. I mean, I think it was very much that this is what you will do. It wasn't going to be a choice, and she just decided to escape. And her parents were fairly wealthy too, so I'm sure when she ran home to them and said they were going to take her away to Kansas, to the country, they were very happy to have her back.
Okay.
Because like when my dad went there and tried to see her, they wouldn't let him in. I don't think he ever saw her after that day that he went to work.
How do you know of how he might have felt about that at all? Or?
Oh, very angry, and I think that he did start drinking after that for a while, and just kind of where he'd had a steady job up there, he just kind of started traveling around again and doing whatever he needed to do to make money. Because he wasn't going home. And you know, I guess he went to the war. And then after that, he went home.
So he did end up...
He did go, but he just never went overseas. He was in the military, but never went overseas.
Okay. Do you know... So then he kind of came home and met your mom then, and...
After a while, yeah. I mean, she worked in a restaurant that he attended frequently. And she thought he was cool, but she didn't think he'd ever look at her because he was considered from the rich and she was considered the poor. And then he started giving her, because she walked a mile home, and he'd stick around till she was done and take her home. Is how their little romance started.
Okay. So you said your mom had two older brothers, right? From her...
She had two older stepbrothers and a full brother that she was very close to.
Okay. Do you know a little about her parents?
Yeah, I think her mom was... she started the holiday thing of holidays where it's very important, even if they didn't have a lot of money. The thing that was a problem between my mom's dad and mom was, if somebody was sick, she was always the one that went there to take care of them. And she'd leave and be gone 6 weeks at a time or so, and he'd have the two older step boys, and he'd have my uncle and her to take care of when he was trying to work.
And he had a farm too, correct?
He had a farm, but he also worked for some other people and drove a motor grader. He did the street roads. And what broke them up was that she would go and he never knew how long she was going to be gone or anything. And so then she had an appendicitis and was gravely ill, and some people took my brother, my uncle, and my mom, and they were very cruel to them. They would stand them on the hot stove and burn their feet if they did something wrong. The two older stepbrothers went and worked on their own at that time. They were like 7 and 10 or something. And so when my granddad found out how horribly they were being treated, he went and got them again and took care of them until my grandmother got, I mean, she must have been sick for a year or so. She had so much infection and stuff and was not able to get them back. And somewhere along in there, my grandmother married my Grandpa Harry.
Your step-grandpa?
Yeah.
Okay. The one you were saying that had the house, and then they moved to Atchison.
And they went to live with them after that.
Your mom and her brother. Okay. She sounds like an interesting lady, to move. I guess I think at that time that having 3 different husbands, or was she from Osborne too, or?
She was actually born south of Osborne in an area called Kill Creek. She was probably more considered from Natoma,
Okay.
and then Portis, and then down.
Okay. And were all her husbands from that area, or?
Not from Kill Creek, but I don't know how she met my mother's dad. I know her first husband she was married to, she was very young. I don't even think she was 18.
Did he die, or was he still alive, or?
No, he was still alive. I'm sure she left him. I think he might have been kind of a rounder guy who was with a lot of women, and I think he could have been kind of cruel, and I think he drank a lot too. Then she met my granddad, who did not drink, he was very reliable, very.
And he took in the 2 boys.
Mhm.
Now, do you know those 2 older brothers? What happened with them after? Did they?
Well, they went and worked on their own after that, and just kind of was on their own all the time after that. They never really went to.
Atchison.
Well, one of them did go to Atchison to work. They all worked for the railroad. My grandpa Harry did, and then the boys did. And then the one, Uncle Floyd, went to Atchison to work with it. And Tom got away from the railroad and did lots of intramural things. He did a lot with building elevators and stuff like that. He wasn't very well respected for a long time because he would make money at the cost of nothing.
Okay. So, did your mom graduate in Atchison and then kind of come back to Osborne?
No, she graduated from Downs. They were still in Downs at that point. They hadn't moved. They didn't move to Atchison until kind of the railroad closed down in Downs. So it was probably, I was probably 8 or 10 when they moved to Atchison.
Okay.
My uncle was living there, and then my grandparents went to live there.
Okay. So was the restaurant your mom worked at in Downs?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
She was the cook and was known as a famous pie maker.
Okay. So the next category I kind of have is about love. Who would you say your first love was?
Bruce.
Do you? The next love is, or the next question is, have you ever had your heart broken?
Oh yeah, by Leon Snyder.
Do you want to talk about that at all, or?
He was just this neat senior, and all of us freshman girls were dating seniors, and he was cool, intelligent, reserved, not a lot of the guys liked to race cars then. He was not like that.
Which was the guy that had, you said, collected cars? Which guy was that?
That was Bruce.
Bruce. And then, did he race cars, or he just kind of had a
No,
lot of
he
cars?
just collected old cars.
Okay.
He was the only child. Horses and collecting cars was his thing.
So is his family pretty well
They were
to do?
at that. They were definitely, and he had a grandmother that had money. And she only had 1 son, and he was the only grandson, so.
Okay. Do you think you've broken any hearts?
No. Maybe Bruce probably was a little. He would still come around a lot afterward, and
After you got married?
I can remember a time of your granddad being very jealous. He came to the house one day, and
Here in Kansas City?
in Osborne, we were out there visiting, and he wanted his car keys back.
From you?
And I still had them, and I think your granddad thought that was too neat.
Okay. So you got married. Who did you get married to, and how long have you been married?
Oh, Gary Price, and how long have I been married? Since 1968 till now, so in 3 years, I guess 47 years. 46 years.
What do you want to talk about your wedding at all? What that was like?
Well, it was interesting because my mother, I couldn't wear white because I was pregnant.
Oh, your mom knew.
Oh, yeah.
Did you have to tell your parents that?
Oh, yes. I remember I was living at K-State in an apartment, and I called them and I said,
Oh, you
well,
called them.
you're not going to want to hear this, but the same thing that happened to Kathy and Jennifer and Janice, yeah, that's your daughter too. Because they'd all gotten pregnant in high school.
So that's sort of taboo, right? But it kind of seemed, well, I wouldn't say it kind of seems that way, but it kind of seems that it did, people were having sex even though you weren't supposed to. Do you have any comments on that, or,
Birth control was not really a big thing then. Lots of people were getting pregnant it was just kind of assumed you would get married, and as far as Carrie and I, all it did was move up the time.
Yeah. Do you think, since no one talked about, like you talked about how your mom and dad, they probably didn't really talk to you about what exactly sex was or giving birth. But
I took enough family classes, I think that, and we did have even stuff in health back then. Mm-hmm. So even though it wasn't talked at home about, it was something I never planned on doing, was getting pregnant, or that was definitely not my plans. My plans was go to college, graduate, and then get married, then have kids. I probably thought of myself as being especially after I went into family economics, being a professional person.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So your wedding plans got moved up. Did you have to make any decisions or sacrifice anything that you really wanted for your wedding at that point?
Oh yeah, a white wonderful dress.
What color of dress did you end up having?
It was not amazing. Blue. Oh yeah, it was a nice dress. It was fine.
Did you make the dress? Did you buy it?
Bought it.
Where did you get married at?
Same place we would have been, Osborne Methodist Church.
And that's where your family went?
That's where Gary's family went, and since my dad was Catholic and my mother was Protestant, they didn't usually go to church.
Well, were they still together at that time, though? Your
Parents?
Oh, wait, not your parents. I was
Yeah.
sorry. I was thinking your mom's parents. Sorry. Okay.
And it was basically family, and Gary's college roommate was just me, and my girlfriend Vicky was maid of honor, and it was simple. It was nice. We had a dinner afterwards.
Who made the dinner?
It was catered at a restaurant. And
What kind of cake did you have?
white cake with white icing with the bride and groom on it. my mom took care of all that stuff. And we kept our top layer needed the first year.
Did you go on a honeymoon?
Not then. We went back. On our first night at home, my husband wanted grilled cheese sandwiches
Where was your first night?
at his apartment in Kansas City.
So you got married in Osborne and drove all the way back to Kansas City.
But I'd never made a grilled cheese sandwich in my life. So then, the next meal he wanted, he fixed these pot pies out of his freezer, and they were old and they were rotten. And I didn't like pot pies anyway, so we went out to eat. Then we finally went grocery shopping for normal food that I could cook. It wasn't I couldn't cook, it was just my dad wouldn't have eaten a grilled cheese sandwich, so we never had grilled cheese sandwiches. He thought he was being nice and gonna have me make something simple. I had no idea how you...
Did
my
you
only
know how to
way
make
of
'em?
knowing, knew to make them was you took bread, put in the toaster, toast it, and you put cheese in between. But that's not how he made them.
Okay, so were you already moved into the Kansas City apartment, or?
Oh yes, and we shared it with our best man for the first year, or first 6 months. He traveled on his job, and so he was home very little, but
Where was that apartment?
it was actually over off North Brighton in Kansas City. It was a nice apartment. We had this famous tree outside. But it was kind of interesting sharing it when he came home. He and I spent our first anniversary together too when Gary was working. He came to see me in the hospital and he was so worried about Julie. It looked like she had blood on her finger, but it was just the medicine from her eyes. He's always been there for us. I mean, I could call him today and he would do whatever he could or needed to do for us.
It's a good friend to have. What was I gonna say? So, how long were you at that apartment?
We were
You said
there
9
until
months.
Julie was 7 months old, so we were there. I think we were there 1 year and 2 months.
Okay. And then you kind of moved up.
Then we bought a house, which was unusual at that time to be able to buy a house when you were married that short a time.
Where was the place you said? I remember you talking about that you lived in the basement for a while of that lady.
Oh, wow. I did leave that out. Sorry. We weren't there 1 year and 2 months. We were there probably 4 months. And then we moved to, a split-level house and lived there. And that's where actually we brought Julie home to. And that house had fleas. They'd bite me, but they didn't bite Gary. But we had our own washer and dryer there and could hang clothes outside, and it was a walkout basement, so it didn't seem quite like a basement.
So you kind of had a yard and stuff like that.
And we could walk to Antioch. We were a block and a half south of Antioch, so Julie got lots of walks when she was little. And my brother would come visit every holiday and take her for walks.
Okay. I guess this is going back to how did you meet Grandpa?
Well, I knew who he was because he was the principal's son when they moved into town, and he had just graduated from high school. And I was friends with the girl that his brother dated, and well, what was funny at that? Anyway, and Gary was friends with the doctor's son, and I was friends with the girl that he was dating, so that's how we first met. But actually, there was a circus in town, and there were elephants on Main Street of Osborne, and John and Gary were rolling beer cans down Main Street, and Nancy and I went up to talk to them.
So John was the doctor's son. What did you say when you went up to him?
I have no idea. I'm sure Nancy was talking to John, and then there was Gary and I. And he had been dating another doctor's daughter in town, and they had just broken up, so. About the first or second time, he was the first person that I'd ever talked to about my dad who tried to commit suicide when I was 6. And I don't know how we talked about that, but
You think that was because your dad was just, still upset from Chicago and...
I think that it was that he could never, ever work hard enough for his dad. And...
So your grandma was passed away at that time. And just seemed like maybe that grandpa just was sort of set in his ways. Like you said, he wouldn't come visit you as a baby and just...
my dad could never meet his expectations. But Granddad Cordell did not like my mother's side of the family, so there was always like that type of friction.
Was Cordell the ones that were Catholic or?
Okay. And after my dad went, at that point, that was kind of like a crime to commit suicide. So you didn't go to jail, but you went to a psychiatric place, and it was either Larned or the state hospital in Topeka. And when my dad was in there, my granddad would park across the street, and we would see him up on this little hill. He'd sit and watch our house. And my mother had a couple of friends. I mean, they were a couple of friends to my parents, but when we lived in the basement house, and he delivered milk, and if my mom needed her car started or anything, he would come do it. So then my granddad had these rumors out that my mom was seeing other guys and stuff. And she called the police on him a couple times, and he told the police that he was protecting his son's interest.
So you think that's why he sat out there, is because he just kind of wanted to watch things?
Oh, yeah.
And
he wanted to see what she was doing and find some reason to tell my dad that he should not go back to her.
So were you around when your dad tried to commit suicide, or what was that like?
Well, he didn't come home one day from working in the fields, and so that would happen sometimes, that he'd either get stuck or something, and so we would go out to check on him. And that time that we had runners in the house at the farm, and so they had taken a chicken storage house and made it into a place that she could go in and eat, and he had a bed in there he could go in and rest in, and we had a refrigerator, everything in there. And she went in there to check on him, and I think I remember her screaming, and that was when she had stepped on the gun. And then she came out, and of course she didn't have cell phones then.
Right.
And she went to the runner's house and called the sheriff and called my uncle, and my uncle and aunt came and got us kids.
So one of her brothers.
And then he was taken to a hospital and not expected to live.
So was she pregnant at that time with your brother, or?
No, my brother was already born, and he was like 6 months old.
Okay.
So.
And was your grandpa? Oh, yeah.
So he was, yeah.
When did he pass away? Your grandpa Cordell?
When he was 99 and a half in a nursing home in Osborne.
Okay, so he probably saw your kids then, or not?
Well, he did chill it, let's say. He was born in 1880 and died in 1979, I think. So your mom would have been 10. you remember going to see him in the nursing home? That's amazing, because you were 10. Yeah. And he was alert and everything until he was, I mean, really up until the time he died, maybe a few weeks before, like a week or so. We still drove when he was 97. And he kind of got his car taken away because even at that age he was still taking his little trips, like to Minnesota and stuff. The nursing home wouldn't know where he was. He would just go to town to have coffee and not return.
Was it difficult for your dad to sort things out after he passed away? I mean, with all these, you said Minnesota and...
He had kind of accepted the fact, and he was more or less managing the land and everything then, and the runners. And,
well, I guess you kind of said he buried money in the ground, right? I don't know.
yeah,
I felt
we
like...
all went to try to dig it up in the backyard after he died.
Did he, have any problems letting your dad inherit things then, or
No,
was that...
it was all put out to my dad, and it was only in my dad's name, because he would never put anything in my mother's name. But after the funeral, Gary and I started back to Kansas City, and there was this thought process that I should go back and help my dad with all that stuff. And so I went back, and the 2 older kids came home, and I kept Eric, John with me. And that was my dad and I were very close, but we got really close going around to all the different places and trying to find out where he had wheat stored and stuff like that, because my granddad also kept no records of anything.
And except in his head, probably.
Yeah. And he would bolt money to the car. I can remember my dad going in at some point. I guess it was probably before then, but it seems like it was then, and he still had his car in his garage. Anyway, we went and took cash out of where it was bolted to the car. That was pretty intriguing.
That's sort of like a treasure hunt.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, do you believe in love at first sight? Sort of going off a different tangent.
To a point. Are your jaws hurting worse?
What do you think is the most special way you've been shown that someone loved you?
Well, one of the times was when Julie was born, and Gary brought me this beautiful azalea plant. Since he has a hard way of talking to me about stuff, I will hear it from his friends or something like that, or if he thinks I've done something neat, I'll usually hear it from somebody else first. Your mother's card for my birthday. I guess what kind of things?
And just
Having you kids come visit when I had my stroke. I guess phone calls, having people come. Grandpa, after I had my stroke, even if he had a soccer game, he pretty well came every day to visit.
Okay, so on the sort of reverse, what is the most special way that you've shown someone that you love them?
Um, well, I think with your grandma is trying to surprise him with something that he wanted, and I would get it for him. Such as a soccer jersey or something he wouldn't have bought for himself. Yeah, when he was younger, I would buy him shoes because he did not know his size, and I would turn a pair over after we were first married, and all that was holding them together was the insole. The bottom was cracked, and the top part was cracked. So I've always bought his shoes because if he went to buy them, he'd buy the wrong size. So,
So,
kids-wise, I had always tried to make their lives easier. If I would do things differently now. But if I knew they needed something, I would try to show my love by getting them something that made their life better, easier, something they wouldn't buy for themselves.
I think you probably still do that today. I guess me personally, I'm interested in, I don't know, I guess because of what I've studied in college, but I'm interested in sort of, I don't know, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine too, but I guess your marriage relationship, I don't know, how do you feel like that went along as you had kids and then eventually, I mean, you went back to school eventually, right? And just sort of balancing the night shifts or I guess I've heard stories about how Grandpa would do mom's, I don't know, that's not really your relationship, but he would do mom's hair and things like that, so I guess it wasn't to me it's not necessarily conventional for the time.
Yeah, and I think part of that was because Gary grew up in a household where his mom did not believe in women vacuuming or women making beds, changing the sheets and that type of thing. So, and because she worked, she believed that the trash was something that men did. So he was brought up in a household where he was used to doing things because his mom worked. So he was never the type that would say, oh, that's a woman's job. So that really helped. Where I was brought up in a much more traditional, the dad worked, the mom did dishes and stuff. The only time I ever saw my dad do dishes was if my mom was sick and in the hospital. For Gary, that was just standard. So I always knew I would finish my degree because
He supported you in that
he
way?
supported me and his parents expected it. I mean, there would be comments when we went on vacation that I would be the only person in their family that didn't have a degree.
So you kind of felt like you had to do it?
Yeah, I mean, it was...
did you want to do it too, or just...
Yeah, I wanted to do it too because I wanted to prove that I could make it on my own if I had to. And so, when Julie was little, I was picking up a class here and there.
You said at Maple Woods.
And
did they have childcare or anything like that, or was it a night class? How did that kind of fit in with...
it was a night class, and so I went.
And
yeah.
did you have a specific, degree plan at that time, or how did that work for you?
I knew at that time I wanted to do something medical. So even though I started out taking an accounting class, it was so that I could make money to finish my degree. But then we bought our house, and I started working Mother's Day out. And when I worked there was a lot of... at that point, Gary did not want me working particularly, but that was okay because I could he didn't want the kids in daycare. And so I took Julie with me, and then Jason came along and was sick and couldn't for a while. But I did that even after John was born. Became the manager of it and did different things like that. And then I didn't go back to school full time until Julie was a senior and Jason was a junior. But I still managed to go to almost all their sports stuff and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I had worked in between, but I usually worked nights so that I was home with them in the daytime.
Where did you work?
After the daycare thing, Richard North Kansas City Hospital as a medical transcriptionist.
Did you like that?
Yeah, and that really prepared me for a degree because after you learn all the medical terminology and you do all of the operating reports, history, and physicals, you're very into kind of what happens. And at that point, we went to the floor a lot, and we did any emergency dictation if people were transferred to another hospital for heart or anything. So that was definitely a preparation for it.
Where else did you work?
Well, I worked at North Kansas City for 4 to 5 years, and then Grandpa John had a stroke, and Grandma Isetta ended up in the hospital too, so I went out there to take care of them. And then there was a physician that I was doing his history and physical for that hired me to work in his office, and it was Dr. Hagen. And so I started out for him doing transcription. He invented things for eye surgeries. And then I sort of became his assistant office manager. And I don't know, did you work for him? No, Jason did. I don't know. You didn't. Jason worked for him filing and stuff like that. But I had a problem when I worked for people. Like, he had so much transition and stuff to do, and if you do it, he would let you. So I felt like that whole year I worked for him, I missed out on a year. And then,
A year of your life?
yeah. And then I worked, yeah, for a new doctor that came in to work for him. And we sat at a card table and worked. That was Dr. McKnight. And so that was an interesting learning process of typing for a person that was an inventor. But then participated in his little scheme of Medicare fraud in the company that worked for him. And so that was very interesting, being there during the time that was all being investigated. And he literally took all of his charts out of an office. He had us meet down there at North Kansas City one night at about 8 o'clock or so. And we literally went through every file folder in that office and moved them out during the night. Then he took us to breakfast the next morning. Had I known really what I was participating in, I probably wouldn't have done it. Then I took a break after that for a while and worked for a window company where they built their own windows and ordered stuff and everything. I found very quickly that that was not medicine, so then I decided I was going back to school. And probably would never gotten enrolled, except that my sister-in-law was in town. And she said, oh, let's go up and look at it. And then what? It was so untypical of Joanna, because she said, you want to do this? There's no time better than this. So she went with me and I enrolled that day. And so I was trying to think where I was working then. Oh, I was teaching by that. No, I wasn't teaching by that. What was I doing? I don't know if I worked during that time or not. I know I went to school full time, did clinicals, and did all the mother's type stuff, and we had courses at that time. We were still doing that. And then your mom graduated, and there was a weekend that Jason graduated from high school. I did something, and John went from 8th grade to be a freshman, and your mom, oh, she got married that same weekend. It was a week that, and I started a
I would just probably pause it while the mic was going.
not chemistry, a microbiology class.
It's okay, I'll edit it later. At UMKC.
Oh, Missouri Western.
At Missouri
This was stuff for my past jobs. And I just remember that being a traumatic thing, and your mom was going through the cancer thing at that point. It was a challenge.
For you to decide where you should be, or what do you think was?
Oh, then I knew that I wanted to be a nurse, and that part wasn't hard. It was just coordinating all of the family things. And I think I was worried about empty nest syndrome, what I would do with myself when they were gone. And I was still young. I was 39 when I went back to school. So I kind of waited 20 years.
Do you think you would have did it differently? You could have? No?
I don't know. By the time I went back, I was certainly interested in making good grades and knew what I wanted to do. And even though your bachelor's, I think it's harder than your master's. I mean, I made my first 4 point the first semester I went back. And I was taking chemistry, biology, anatomy, and a nursing class. and never made it through a straight 4.0 after that, because every nursing class I would get at least an A minus.
Did that bother you?
Oh, I like the 4 point. Yeah. It was a fun time, kind of, except for having kids at home, is because I would, there was a group of get together and we rented a motel room and we'd all go study there, and then they'd go home because they lived in St. Joe, and I would stay up there, and then the next day they would come and we'd all study. So it was pretty kind of wild out for people to do. And John was so independent, he didn't even notice I was gone.
So, do you want to talk any about becoming a grandparent, or?
Oh, that was the neatest thing on earth. I was actually a nurse by the time you were born, and I could not get off work to go when you were first born. But then they thought you had some kind of health problem, and I can remember walking in and saying, I am leaving at noon today, whether or not you excuse me.
It's pretty important, huh?
Yep, and then we got there and we were all still there in the hospital. It was probably, 48 hours before I got there.
What was different about being a grandparent versus a parent?
You didn't have to worry about the day-to-day stuff, but the also stuff was taking the other side of the family's thoughts into consideration.
These are kind of going to be some more general questions. What is your most memorable travel experience?
Oh, one of them was when we took the family up in the blimp, and I was pregnant with John, so they all got to go up in the blimp. That was pretty interesting.
Did they let you go too?
Yep. No, I sent John and I was pregnant. Yeah. We all went. But that was kind of fun. Went to Washington to a JC convention, and they always had a program for the kids, and then we did stuff with them. We all went up in the needle thing together, and then we traveled all the way down the coast of California and stayed at Gary's aunt's house and swam in their pool, and the other kids loved the pool. And actually on a night that we were going to stay and watch Wendy travel down the little thing, they cried and wanted to go home to swim. Tinkerbell. Okay. And another JC trip was to Indianapolis, and the kids got to ride in race cars. Oh, we went to meetings, and we did family trips about every year someplace.
Driving mostly, or flying?
Yeah, we flew some. I remember a trip that we flew, and we all wore navy blue shirts and khaki pants or shorts all the time we were gone, and the kids hated it. But I thought we could keep track of them that way. So we had lots of navy blue shirts and khaki pants. And I remember flying to California once when you were little, and I don't know, something about, I was worried about losing your carriage or car seat or something, because we had to put it underneath. When I was little, big trips were going to Nebraska, and we'd stay overnight in a hotel, and that was a big deal. I was leaving cows all by themselves. And My brother would tell you I always left a purse somewhere. But we usually go up and go to Kearney and Hastings and Grand Island, Nebraska, and go shopping. And that was a big trip for my core family.
Where did you said you went shopping up in Nebraska mostly? That's why you went.
And we go twice a year to get clothes.
Is that Omaha?
And we went to Kearney, Hastings, and Grand Island. And we do Hastings usually around Christmas time because they had a super neat, world-known Christmas decorations. So an outing like that for farmers was amazing.
Yeah, pretty important.
And I don't know, we took several trips with the kids to California. And the only trip I remember Gary and I going on without them was when Bob Pearson got married and we went to New York, and we went to Canada and New York and then back. Got married in Ohio, I think. Usually we took the kids.
What is the funniest thing that's ever happened to you?
I don't know, I used to work in a grocery store in the pharmacy at Osborne, and there was another girl that worked there after I left, and her dad's name was John and my dad's name was John, and people would think we were each other. Oh yes, I went in to change Chili's diaper on, I think that was Jason's diaper, on a bed at my house, and it was maybe at a Thanksgiving dinner or something. Anyway, I went back to sit down and to eat, and my brother said, "What is that mustard on your finger?" And I looked it off,
Oh no.
and then I realized it was poop. Oh, in high school, yeah. We went to eat after, that's when it's always mistake. Anyway, we went to eat after save that for the worst. Okay. Oh, that was, I don't know, what else was the funniest thing? I don't know. Maybe seeing the beer cases on my head after graduation, but I didn't think I was to drink.
You with your nursing, or is that your your
Bachelor's. There were certain people there who put empty beer cases on my head, beer packages.
I was going to ask you, that's kind of a funny question. If you could have a superpower, what would it be?
Well, it used to be to make people healthy or it used to be to make people happy. But what I've learned is without health, wealth means nothing. That's probably my little motto.
Okay. This is kind of history questions. What do you consider to be the most significant political event that has occurred in your life?
Like taking down the wall in Germany.
Okay. What do you remember about that?
Just that I never thought it'd happen. Germany is where I'd always like to visit. It was just like, gee, maybe there could be peace. Because Russia taking over all those countries and stuff bugged me a lot. Now, what's the overall? This whole thing with ISIS, I don't think the world's ever been in a more critical situation.
If you could choose, sort of a historical era to live in, other than now, what would you choose?
The West, when it was being developed with the horse and buggy days, and when people were more dependent on each other, kind of like when, and up to the point of where my granddad started having this almost a city at his place as far as being dependent on each other, but more back to the horse and buggy days.
If you could meet any historical figure, who would it be and why?
You don't mean like actresses, those type people. You mean more like...
It could be.
Honestly, one of the people who I would like to have met was... I can't think of her name right now. The lady who rode on the bus. The white, black lady that rode on the white bus.
Rosa Parks.
Yep.
Do you have a bucket list of things you'd like to do?
Yeah. Travel to Germany. Be an NMD and Juice Plus at the 100 Club. I think my first thing is to leave a legacy to my family. You mean a bucket list to do, or something I would fantasize to do?
I mean, have you ever really thought about that? About these are things I'd like to do before I get, or I'm unable, maybe, or...
Well, I'd like to travel to Germany. I'd like to travel to England, Scotland, Ireland. The empty thing. See Jason and John and their families. I always thought I would like to jump out of a plane.
Skydiving and stuff like that?
Yep.
What do you think would be good about that?
The free fall that you're just...
Sort of like flying?
Yeah.
Do you think you could get Grandpa to go with you?
I doubt it. He might push me out of the plane, but... Oh, you don't think I'd like the heights? Probably travel's one of the most things on my bucket list.
So,
I've always considered jumping out of a plane.
if you won the lottery, would you kind of cross some of those things off then? Or what, let's say, you won the lottery, what do you think is one of the first things you would do?
Buy a house.
Where would you buy your house at?
In Kansas, rural area, Kansas City, somewhere south of Platte City or something like that. And have houses on it that my grandkids could come and visit or live in. My family could live in or not. Have horses on it.
Do you still want to ride horses? Or just kind of
Sure.
watch them?
Oh, I'd love to raise them. I'd also like to raise beef so everybody could have fresh beef. I would want to have a cook and a house cleaner. somebody to take care of the yard and the horses, and I just got to do the fun things. Took care of the cars. I kept them clean, gassed. It'd be a vacation place that everybody'd want to come visit.
That'd be. So sort of like thinking about transitioning from, a young adult to middle-aged, and then sort of later adulthood. Are there any thoughts you have about that? Are there any thoughts about what you'd like to happen as you are older? Things like that?
I'd incorporate more fun, and I think everybody else around me to be happier. And having more self-confidence in myself and having everybody, that is what I would instill on everybody. Is find a way to turn them into being more self-confident and having goals and having a plan to reach the goals and the activity to do the goals to meet the
I'm kind of curious on what your thoughts of, being old. Do you even say you would consider yourself old now? Do you think that's sort of said, oh, I'm older now, maybe
a house and I can't breathe. I had to say I had a stroke. I think one of the reasons I still like working is because not a whole lot of people my age that still work like what they do. I wish that I had many more years to do medical stuff. I'd certainly like to work much more on helping people learn to be healthy and changing the whole way that the healthcare structure is. That we study people who are healthy, not sick people. I'd love to do more research on that. How we develop healthcare plans that are based on rewarding people to be healthy.
Do you think that's something you sort of or that you, maybe if you got into it younger, you would be more active about, or maybe get into...
Actually, that's what I ended up doing my master's in, but it was a little ahead of the time. There was just one major health female that was doing a lot of that type of stuff, and Susan Kimball and I tried to get that started in Kansas City, and even met with the mayor and his wife and different people, but people were just not, they'd invest in the health of a machine, but they wouldn't invest in the health of a person.
Does that frustrate you to come up against?
Yes, because you could talk yourself blue in the face of, if you take care of this employee and their health, then you're going to have less cost to retrain somebody else and less training and more consistency in your company. Then it was kind of interesting because the CPA company had one of the major partners have a heart attack. No, actually he had a stroke, and it was all because of a high blood pressure that he hadn't stopped to have taken, and they saw what an impact it'd make on their company losing him and how much retraining and just getting everybody in there to take his cases and get caught up. Mm-hmm. So that was a positive, and neither Susan or I's husbands were in support of us pursuing that. They thought we should get real jobs after we'd been in school. So yeah, I think I would have pursued that more because you see it happen. Garmin adapted our exact program.
How do you think things like preventative health care sort of are encouraging people to live healthier lives as a part of the company? How do you think that relates to maybe or do you see our country taking changes in healthcare and maybe how we feel about supporting families in the workplace, like women working, maternal, paternal leave?
And I think women should get equal pay to men if we were doing the same things, number one. Number two, I think if a woman takes time out to have a baby and she wants to be home with them at least 6 months, that she should be able to do her work from home. There are very few things that she couldn't do something in, whether it's medical and its research, or it's working for NASA, or there wouldn't be something that they could benefit by from doing at home. I think healthcare just financially has to take a more natural approach and stop poking medicine down people. That you give one medicine, then you have to give them 2 medicines to counteract that one. And that people stop eating out of boxes.
I guess as you've lived, do you think you've seen some changes as far as people's ideas of, I guess, like, I thought that Grandpa was sort of unconventional for his time of, actually wanting to be involved or being close to the kids, and then, now how I think some people are pushing for paternity leave also instead of just maternity leave. Do you see
I
that
think
too?
I think some men are cut out to be more the caretakers, and some women more the professional people. I don't think that either one of them should be looked down on for that. I mean, I see it in the medical field quite often, and it's more accepted, but there's very few roles that it's accepted if the man wants to stay home and take care of the kids. It's thought of as being odd or unusual.
I guess since you kind of went into your career a little bit later, did that really affect you being a woman wanting to be in your career path or anything like that? Do you remember any...
Yeah, I think it did, because your granddad wanted me home with the kids. He did not want them in daycare.
Yeah.
Unless I could take them with me. I mean, he supported me making Mother's Day out. That was fine. But as far as the kids to be taken someplace and put in daycare.
Do you feel in the workplace, or do you feel if you had started becoming a nurse practitioner earlier, you would have hit any obstacles in the workplace?
Well, actually, it was pretty new when I did it. There were hardly any in Kansas City. There was nobody to precept with. So, I mean, we were still meeting the obstacles of what a few bad nurse practitioners had done, had made physicians very apprehensive. When I went to work in Sedalia and was hired by the hospital, they didn't even tell the doctors that we'd been hired. They learned about it through a board meeting, through the newspapers after a board meeting. So we were definitely treading on new water. Mm-hmm. And it, like Dr. Kessel that I went to work with, his first night I was there, he says, well, you can come over here, and said, I've done ER for years, never needed any help. Just basically stay out of my way.
Do you think any of that had to do with you being a woman, or is it more okay being a woman as a nurse practitioner?
I think at first it was much more because men were to be doctors, nurses, women to be nurses. But now you see a lot more males becoming nurse practitioners. So that was first, I think they were thought of as people who couldn't be doctors. But I think there's a role for nurse practitioners that is unique, and I think we should be the gatekeepers to medicine, because we are much more thorough. We listen to people. We are more natural. We don't just thinking of pushing a pill first.
Mm-hmm. Do you think maybe you have a little more time to care for the patient than a doctor?
I think we take the time. I don't think we're given the time. But I think because we listen sometimes in a way that we can get people well quicker. And usually there are less setbacks.
Okay.
Because we also consider the holistic part of it is, if they come in and they're having recurrent the same complaints, is that really a physical complaint, or is there a social or psychiatric component to it?
Okay. This one's kind of about age, but since you said you waited about 20 years to kind of finish your degree, did you come up against any problems with that, or any, I don't know, so you're probably a little older than most of the students, I guess, or wasn't...
A little bit. There were a lot of people where I was in my late 30s. 30s was really popular. There were not very many 18 and 19-year-olds going into nursing at that point. So I was a little older, but probably not more than 5 years than
Okay. So that
most of them.
ageism really wasn't an issue for you at that point. Do you think now, like you said, you're probably one of the few people your age working? Do you feel any ageism now in the workforce?
I don't know if I could get a job in the hospital now. So I think yes, I think age could be a hindrance. Now, where I'm working now, they don't care. And they've never once said to me, of course, I suppose legally they can't, but is the reason you're not getting your charts done is because you're older. The only thing they've said to me is that think I'm a very busy person and that I could. They know I work at urgent care, they know I have a business, and they know I do the medical stuff. And they're really trying to revise the whole thing. I mean, I'm not the only one that don't get charts done. That giving people an hour and a half so they have travel time, I mean, that was just told to me this, they're beginning to realize you cannot get the whole chart done, drive in between clients, and be done at the end of the day. Mm-hmm. They went through the percentage of people who finished their chart, and it was like 2%.
Wow. So maybe you'll help them change some of their policies?
Well, I thought I was going to help them change their policies and get computers to work, because nobody else was stupid enough to spend the hours on the phone with IT from Humana and Advantage or nothing. And I did ask for reimbursement, but never ever got reimbursed. I think the political situation that's happening right now with medical and with the world is probably as unstable as it's ever been.
Is there anything that kind of particularly scares you about getting older, or
About being left in my room to rot.
do you think that is a societal thing? I guess I'm thinking like sort of how we care for people we deem old and not maybe as valuable to the work.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's changing, that people are going back more, and certainly insurance companies are encouraging it, is for old people to be taken care of in the home and not in a nursing home. I mean, they'll even pay family members and everything to take care of people at home. I mean, there's the infection rate, there is the high cost of having them there. I think that's going to change dramatically. I think we're already, when I go around to do these assessments, most of these older people have a health caregiver, and most of them it is with a family member.
I'd say you've almost been as a nurse practitioner professional almost 20 years now, right? So do you see any changes within that, or maybe within the medical field, about how we care for aging people, maybe our ideas about that?
I think we went through a time that we thought as people were older, we'd just stick them in a nursing home, and now we're trying to keep them more in their natural environments because they do better, they think better, I think there's a lot of healthcare professionals who are beginning to think a pill is not the answer to everything, because with older people, you give them a pill for water retention, then that gives them more dementia.
Just kind of, I wondered how you thought that's changed as you've aged, maybe what you saw your own grandparents and then your parents, and maybe now that you're at the stage of the grandparent, how do you think that's kind of changed in your lifetime, and any thoughts about that?
I think we've been forced to try to fill, because there's so many baby boomers age, how to deal with an aging population, and that the age that people retire and everything is changing because of society. It's going up because people are living longer. So I think we're tending to study still an awful lot about disease instead of the people who are healthy.
So you kind of like to see a study of healthy older adults,
Yeah, I think that's, yeah.
and why
And
they're
I think the major change that I have seen is that we now don't think everything's DNA related. That we're just discovering that it's diet related, because even in an ethnic group, this ethnic group tends to eat more rice and less meat. And then you have this one over here that eats a lot of meat, but may not eat vegetables. Then you'll have this other one that eats a lot of vegetables and stuff like this. So that instead of it being DNA related, it's more diet related.
okay.
And then instead of just looking, I think we have to look more into how diet's influencing people, and that's not just with Juice Plus, but I think that diet tends to be, people tend to cook and eat like their families did before. So instead of them being more, having bad heartling, it's more the food that influenced the heart to be bad.
So maybe how we pass down our diets and traditions affects us also.
Oh, yeah.
Just
Yeah, definitely.
is there anything you thought of, how your grandparents aged and your parents aged, and anything you find similar there, anything you change, anything you don't want to happen, maybe that happened to them, I don't know, anything that scares you as being, I guess I asked that, any...
Well, I think the diet-related part is that on my side of the family, we all ate too much meat. We didn't eat enough vegetables. We didn't stay active enough, because on both sides of the family there were strokes in the heart, and luckily we haven't had much cancer on either side. But I even think that cancer goes back to diet a lot. So what I change is eating healthier, being more active, younger, not gaining weight, drinking lots of water, being a better role model.
Okay. That was kind of your talking, just, I thought how you felt about aging and what sort of political, but what sort of, I guess, ideas we have as a society about being older. And now I'd kind of like to talk about sort of thinking futuristically. So, like, say your great-grandchildren and things like that. Is there anything you'd really like them to know?
To have self-confidence, drink a lot of water, eat a lot of fruits and vegetables, exercise, because without health you don't have wealth. To have them have goals and to not just have the goal, but have a plan and then activities to carry out that plan. And Reed right now has always had a plan and worked towards a plan, but I think she's kind of losing her way in that plan. That, they can be adaptive to changing their goals, but then they change the plan along with it and the activities, so they don't lose sight of themselves.
Okay.
And I see Reed right now just being totally out there, fluttering around. Where you've been more goal-directed and got to your goal, even though it changed, you had a direction.
Okay. Do you feel like there's anything we missed talking about? Anywhere you'd like to share on?
Probably attitudes and the feeling of being loved, and it really goes along with being self-assured and everything, but I am at my worst when I feel insecure, and I hate to say that I shouldn't care, but it's kind of like finding that balance between caring and losing sight of yourself in that you care too much what people think, so that matters too much, or losing yourself in it and becoming numb or disconnected, or just doing your thing to get to where you want without making any difference of caring for the rest of the people around you. Because I can get that mode. Yeah, not getting trapped in
Dogma.
explain what dogma means to you.
Living somebody else's life.
Living somebody else's expectations for you? Or
Yeah.
Somebody else's expectations for you, or mine probably is more what I think their expectations are, not knowing what they are, and caring too much about what I think they are. Is that what you're saying?
It's like somebody's, like your parents, your grandparents telling you to do this, but it said, really, that's not what you ever wanted to do. It's like, instead of going in the military and me going off to college for some other job.
See, I grew up in a family that didn't have expectations. They didn't expect me to go to college. They didn't expect...
you have a career and stuff.
Yeah.
So I guess that would be where you dealt maybe more with sexism, is within your, like your dad's dad, and that he, you know, like you said, he didn't even want to come see you as a baby, and then he didn't think you should go to college and things like that.
But my attitude was, I didn't care what anybody else had done, that I was going to be different. Interesting questions.
Do you feel it's pretty much wrapped it up? Another thing I was going to ask you was, this is all kind of going back to your family history and stuff, but do you know why you have the name you have?
Yep, it was combined. My mother wanted to name me Eileen. My dad didn't like it. She took John and Lean and made Jolene. Sue was after my grandmother, Susan.
Okay. This is kind of about either what was the best what was the best gift your kids gave you, or what was the best gift your grandkids ever gave you?
Love.
Okay.
You mean a physical gift?
I don't know. Whatever you want it to be.
Love, respect.
Okay. Well, I think that will wrap up our interview for now, unless there's anything else you'd like to talk about.
Just on the aging thing, I think the most scary thing is being cast aside, either put in a nursing home and never visited, or put in a room and nobody ever interacting. That's the most scary thing.
Okay, this is the second part of the recording, and I'm now recording my maternal grandpa, Gary Price. So I guess I'll start off with, when and where were you born?
I was born on September the 6th, 1944, on an Army Air Force base near Geneva, Nebraska. My father was a tech sergeant with a B-29 bomber wing, and he was on his way to the South Pacific. I almost was born in Camp Campbell, Kentucky, but I made it all the way to Nebraska before he shipped on out to Spokane, Washington for Guam in the South Pacific. After I was born, my mother and I moved in with my Aunt Fifa and Ralph, better known as Boozer Bryant, in little town down near Wichita. It'll come to me after a while.
Okay. So, do you have any interesting stories regarding your birth? I mean, I guess you said you were born on the Air Force.
Well, my
Base.
parents took me back up there for my 14th birthday, and as you come out of the east gate, they couldn't decide whether I was born in the cow pasture or the cornfield, because the foundation for the hospital was no longer there. And they couldn't remember. It just so happened that straight out there, about half a block over, was a fence line, and there was corn on one side and there was a pasture on the other. And there wasn't any foundations. The only thing left there were the hangars.
Okay. Do you know why you have the name you have?
You know, I don't really know, but I tried passing it on. Since I gave my middle name to my first child as her middle name, and she did the same thing by giving her first child the same middle name.
Okay. What do you think your earliest memory is?
I can remember growing up in southeast Kansas in a little town called Mound Valley. The first house we had was in the southwest corner of town, and most of the grain trucks from farm harvest on wheat harvest came into town and went right by our house, our front street. And my mother was so afraid of me getting out in the street, because I was always wandering around the neighborhood, I guess, that she had the local harness maker make me what you'd call a harness to fit around my body, and then tied me to a tree. And I don't know whether this is a memory or I've been told so many times that it now seems that way, but she tied me to one tree, and she came back later to check on me, and I was gone.
Oh.
And she went hurriedly around the house and found me tied to another tree. Apparently I wasn't satisfied with the first tree, so I tied myself to another tree. But Mound Valley was probably 5, maybe 8 blocks wide and maybe 10 blocks long. And we rode our bicycles all over the place, went fishing in Pumpkin Creek, told our mothers we were going fishing and we'd go swimming instead.
Is this you and your friends, or did you have any other?
Well, usually it was with Roger Wallingford. He was my best friend all the way through grade school. And we left there in 1950. My father came back from World War II. He was drafted off his teaching job. He was teaching math at a junior high in Parsons, Kansas. That's where he met my mother. She was teaching home ec at another junior high at the other side of town. And he was drafted out of his teaching position, and apparently they needed mechanics that day since he became an Army Air Force mechanic. My father was not extremely mechanically talented, so he came home with a complete set of sockets and tools that I found very useful throughout my growing up years.
Yeah.
His brother, Emery Price, had worked for the local druggist since he was 13 years old. In fact, he passed the Kansas Bar to Pharmacy exam in 1939 without ever going to pharmacy school. They don't let you do that nowadays.
Yeah.
So he took over he and my father Lyle decided to buy the local drugstore, and they went into business together. And they ran that business from 1946 until, well, my dad decided in 1957 that that drugstore wasn't going to support two families. So he went back to Pittsburgh State, where he had gotten his, which at that time was Pittsburgh Teachers College, where he'd gotten his baccalaureate degree in, I think, 1938 or 1939, I'm not sure which, and got a master's in administration. And in 1958, we moved. He got a job in Mankato, Kansas, as the superintendent of schools. So that's I graduated from the 8th grade in 1958. My brother, that's 3 years younger than I am, would have been coming out of 5th grade. When he took that job up there, we moved to north central Kansas. In fact, Roger's dad moved us in a grain truck from Mound Valley to Mankato, which is basically from the southeast corner of Kansas to the north central part of Kansas. I went to high school there in Mankato and graduated from there in 1962. My brother, Greg, spent through his junior year there. In 1964, they did not renew my dad's contract, and he took a principal's job in Osborne, Kansas. And my brother Greg went from being the quarterback of the Mankato Cougars to the quarterback of the Osborne Bulldogs. Then he went on to Fort Hays State, but that's beside the point.
Okay, do you have any memories of your house there in Mankato?
Oh, yes.
Besides being tied to a tree sometimes?
Well, that was in Mound Valley.
Oh, that was another, sorry.
But we lived in two different houses in Mound Valley. The first one, like I say, was down in the southwest corner. Then we moved up on North Hickory. And the young ladies across the street were a few years older than my brother and I, but they normally babysat with us whenever my parents needed some babysitters. I can remember my parents taking me to what you'd call big band dance. I guess you'd call them just dances at Independence and places like that, where I'd play in the cloak closet while they were dancing. But the young ladies across the street, I can't remember what their last name was at the moment, didn't have dance partners when we'd have dances in Mound Valley. So I learned how to dance with girls at an early age, at 10, 11, and 12 years old, because they couldn't there weren't enough boys to dance with. So, now what was the question again?
Oh, I was wondering if you had any memories when
I can
you were
remember.
younger
I can remember
Mound Valley.
in Mound Valley, some of the older kids would go up to Seeley's Junkyard at the north end of town, and at the time there were a lot of older cars that had hoods that actually came down and made almost a 90-degree angle in the front. So if you take a hood off of one of those old 39 or 40 year cars, you could make a heck of a sled to pull behind a car. And I can remember them going by the house on Hickory Street, riding on those dang car hoods.
Were you not allowed to go do that, or?
I was too little and wasn't in with that group.
Oh, okay.
So that never occurred.
Okay.
But I can remember seeing it happening.
Okay.
The house in Mankato that we lived in was a half a block off of 36 Highway. And this was before I-70 was ever put through. And 36 Highway was the direct route from Chicago to Denver. And a trucking line called PIE, that was their route. And in order to get into Mankato, you had to come down a hill, come up a hill, on top of a hill in town, and go down a hill and up another hill to get out. And on summer's evenings, when you had the windows open, you could hear them downshift to come down the hill and down, then try to shift back up, going up the hill, and shift again through town, and then down and out again. Because we lived basically The Lutheran church was north of us, and then there was 36 Highway, and our house faced east.
Okay.
The day we moved in, Janice Broyles, who lived a block south of us, came by and introduced herself and said, the electricity's gone out at the Sweden Cream, which was a local Dairy Queen, and she says they're giving away free ice cream. So my brother and I grabbed our bicycles and we went out to the Sweden Cream and had free ice cream.
So you said you're about 3 years older than your brother, or?
He was born in July of 1947,
Okay.
July the 10th.
Did you have any pets as a child?
You know, I remember having a dog or two when we lived in southeast Kansas, but not any animals that I remember having in Mankato.
Okay. So you kind of said you went swimming and fishing. What else did you do during the summertime?
Well, when we got old enough, I did not have a .22 rifle until probably I was 12 or 13. But Roger, my Wallingford, did. So we were always out hunting rabbits or something or other. And not that we were a very good shot, but that's beside the point.
Did you just hunt them for sport, or did you bring them home and clean them?
In most cases, we brought them home and cleaned them and probably ate them.
And did Alma cook them and things like that?
I don't remember her cooking them, but I remember Roger's mother cooking them, Wilma cooking them.
Okay.
Or at least I was told she did. I don't know. I don't remember being asked to partake. Let's put it that way.
What was your favorite game in those younger years?
Probably playing baseball.
Okay.
We didn't have on the playgrounds. We didn't have basketball hoops, and I can remember in grade school we always played work-up softball at recess, and it always amazed me that the girls could use their dresses to help stop the ball from going through their legs, and I didn't think that was fair.
Did you have any nicknames, maybe between you and Roger or anything like that, or maybe your family?
I didn't, but Roger talked incessantly, so my father called him Yak Yak. And he still does to this day. He lives in Independence, Kansas.
Okay. What were you most afraid of as a child? Did you kind of have the fear of being hit by those cars, or did that?
You know, I don't remember having any fears of much of anything. It was a pretty idyllic time because there was, we had a threat of nuclear attack and things like that, but we never, as a kid, I don't remember thinking about that.
Yeah.
It wasn't until I got into high school that then you begin to fear the draft because you knew dang good and well you're probably bound for Vietnam.
Okay. So do you have any interesting stories that you can think of right now that relate to that time that maybe your older relatives have told you about, or does anything really spark right now that you'd like to share?
Well, I was on campus at KU in the middle 60s when there were lots of civil rights protests. I was not a participant of them. I was more what the hell are they doing? Where are they going? I would remember sitting on the front terrace of the fraternity house and seeing one of my fellow classmates that I knew was in the anthropology department go marching by. They were on their way to the Sigma Nu house. That was another social fraternity that had clearly a free white and 21 clause in their charter. My fraternity did not have such, but we also did not have any black members. We do now. Mm-hmm. But there were none when I was in school up there.
Okay, now I'm going to kind of move into questions about grade school and high school. I know I kind of jumped to college there a little bit, but and you mentioned Roger, but who was your best friend, and are you still in touch with them? Maybe in grade school and high school, since you...
Actually, once we moved, I pretty well lost track. My 8th grade graduating class did not go on to high school at Mound Valley. They closed the high school in 1958. They continued to have the grade school. So all of the, well, even my cousin Marlis D., who was from, well, she was born in April, I was born in September. So she's just a tad bit older than I am. But even in 7th grade, I think she went to Altamont to grade school so that she'd become accustomed to going to school with the kids that she was going to go to high school with. Now, people like Roger, I don't think made that transition until after they graduated from 8th grade. But because we moved halfway across the state, and the only reason we'd go back down there was for Thanksgiving for my grandma Maggie, which was my maternal grandmother. I pretty much lost track of all those kids. And the same sort of thing happened at Mankato, because once I graduated from high school and my parents moved in 1964, there was no reason to go back up there. And to a certain extent, because my father was a superintendent of schools, I wasn't exactly always included in everything. But didn't worry too much about that.
They thought you were, I don't know, I didn't want to get too close to the...
Well, they were afraid I'd probably go and rat something to my father, which I wasn't going to do anyway, but that's beside the point. They figured that out by the time I was a senior.
What was your favorite subject to study in school?
I liked math and social sciences.
And did you play sports, or what was your favorite
Yes,
sport?
I played sports all 4 years. I played football, basketball, and track. And then I played baseball in the summertime. At that time, baseball was not a varsity sport. I understood a year or two after I graduated that they did start including it. But we played American Legion ball in the summertime.
Did you like soccer at that time, or did you know what soccer was?
I had no idea what soccer was at that time. I didn't get involved in soccer until the middle 70s.
Okay. Is there a teacher from grade school, high school that you remember having particularly influenced you at all, or?
Well, I think all of them influenced us. I had the unique opportunity because every one of my grade school classes had 2 grades in their room. My 1st and 2nd grade teacher was Mrs. Savage, and I listened to what was going on in 1st grade. When I got my work done, I was listening to what was going on in 2nd grade. So when I got to 2nd grade, most of everything was I already figured that out. And the same thing happened in 3rd and 4th grade because they were in the same room. And then the same thing would happen in 5th and 6th grade. I can't remember the name of the teacher in 3rd and 4th grade. My 5th and 6th grade teacher was a Mrs. Thompson. Her dad owned the local welding shop, and it was like 4 doors east of the drugstore. And her dad was forever coming up to the drugstore to get a Coke or something or other and complaining he couldn't find his glasses when they were on the top of his head all the time. So I don't know whether it was a joke or what.
Excuse not to do work.
Mrs. Thompson complained one time that he was working on something in the bathroom and he laid his tools down, and a week or so later he come back and wondered why the tools were gone. Because she said I had to use the bathroom. So I moved the tools. But in my grade school experience, and the same thing happened that was 5th and 6th grade. In 7th and 8th grade, I had a man teacher, and he didn't like English. He was a Korean War veteran, so I did not get the basic foundation for the structure of sentence with subject, verb, so on and so forth. So I struggled in high school. I'd get C's in English and A's in literature. In high school, you had English first semester and you had literature the second semester, because I like to read, always have liked to read. And I could remember storyline, plot lines, characters, so on and so forth. So here I'd get a squeak by with a C in English and it'd balance out to a B because I'd get an A or an A plus in literature. So my situation is a lot unique. I didn't go to a one-room schoolhouse where you could have all 8 grades in one room. But having 2 I found to be advantageous, because you could listen to what was going on at the grade above you and begin to put same things together for later.
Well, do you think it was advantageous to kind of have 2 parents that were also in teaching? And
Well, my father did some substitute teaching in the high school when I was in grade school. But I did not have either one of my parents until I got to high school. And my dad decided we needed some sort of foreign language, and the only person he could find in town was my mother, who could teach Latin. So I had 2 years of Latin in high school. Now, that may sound funny for the simple reason that we're not Catholic. But at that time, your Catholic churches, all of the communion ritual and so on and so forth was in Latin. They hadn't gone to English. In fact, I can remember a gentleman that I had in the dormitory my freshman year in college that had a dispensation from his bishop so that he could eat meat on Friday instead of having to eat fish, because he didn't feel like he's getting enough to eat from the dorm.
Okay. Okay, you kind of described yourself as a student, socially, academically.
Well, in high school, I wish I'd have taken some more shop classes, but I was hell-bent that my parents were the only the only siblings in their families to go to college, a 4-year institution. One of my aunts, that's the one younger than my mother, I don't know whether she got a baccalaureate degree or whether she ended up as an RN. So she must have gone to college at some point or other. But my parents both were school teachers, and none of my father's 2 brothers and sisters went to college, and I think only 1 or 2 of my mother's 9, well, she was number 7 of 9 children, actually went to college.
Okay. What type of jobs did you have when you were a teen? Or
My first job was washing windows, and I washed the drugstore windows, and I washed the dry goods store's windows. Now,
You set up bowling.
just hold your horses a second. We also had what you'd call town team baseball and softball games. Well, it just so happened that at the north end of town, where the ball diamond was, right across the highway or the street was the local junkyard. Well, they were paying 5 or 10 cents for kids to return balls that were fouled off over into the junkyard. So you're always trying to chase those.
that's a pretty good price, huh? 5 or 10
At
cents.
that time it was. One of the other jobs I had was setting duck pins in a bowling alley that the local Raymond Klein, who owned the hardware store and an appliance store, had on his second story. They had 6 lanes of what would call duck pins, because instead of having a 12 or 14-inch ball, it was more like a shot putter ball. And you jumped down into the pit after they'd thrown 2 balls, and you stepped on a button, and that pushed the prongs for the 10 pins to come up, and you started setting them into their hole. And then you'd drop the pin and jump over to the next lane, because by that time, that one was ready to be set back up. And I think we were doing it for 5 or 10 cents a line. I don't remember what it was.
That still seems pretty good too. 5 or 10
It wasn't too
cents.
bad. But that wasn't every night of the day, every night of all the time.
You could still probably get a candy or something
Yeah.
with that money. I guess, did you have to pay for candies and things at the
Oh yes.
drugstore?
Oh yes. Well, there was one drawer of Whorehound candy that my uncle was always getting into, so that was available. I don't know whether you know what Whorehound candy is, but that's beside the point. But right beside the drugstore was Oma Brown's candy store.
Oh.
And you could buy candy for a penny or two for a penny, so on and so forth, in there all the time. And that was a normal stopping spot for kids after school.
Did they make their own candy there? Or?
No, I think it was all commercial stuff. I don't remember her manufacturing anything.
Okay.
Now, when I got into high school, one of the first jobs I had was pushing a 4-page insert into a newspaper. The press, he'd make a run of what would be 1, 2, it would be page 3 and 4, and I think 7 and 8, or 6 and 8, 6 and 7 of the paper. The press printed 4 pages at a time, and then they stacked all those up, and then they make another run that was printing 4 pages on the back side, and this was a 4-page, 2 pages here, 1 page on 2 pages on the back side. Push it into the middle, and then the machine folded it up and cut it off. And my brother and I would work, I think it was Wednesday evenings or Wednesday afternoons and evenings for the Boyd family. They were the publishers of the Jewell County Record. I'm sure you are aware that there is a dormitory at K-State named Boyd Hall, and that is named for the matron of that family that I worked for, that was putting out the Jewell County Record. They also had a newspaper in Phillipsburg that was run by another one of her sons, Huck Boyd, who ran for governor and had held several legislative positions over the years.
Okay. Is that the lady you said you would go to games with?
I did not ever attend any K-State games. My brother went to some in the football field south of Ahern Fieldhouse. And he complained because he was so far away from the field that he couldn't see what was going on. And my dad asked him if there was anybody else in the box with him, because they were up and high in the press box area. And he says, yeah, there's some guy by the name of McCain there, I think, president of the university. He wasn't impressed, obviously. Another job I had was sacking groceries for a local grocery store. It was actually a chain called Bogart's. And in the summertime, we were required to wear slacks and a shirt and an apron. And all we were doing is sacking groceries and carrying them to the car or setting them down so that they could go get their car or whatever if they weren't parked in the parking lot. And I can remember one time where I was hot and sweaty and my pants were clinging to me, and I squatted down to set these groceries down and split the inseam, the seam of my pants out from the bottom of my crotch all the way up to my belt.
Oh, no.
So we just switched the dang apron around to side and covered and worked the rest of the shift. We're making 65 cents an hour. We also, at Bogart's, we also bought eggs from farmers. And I had 3 cases of eggs, which would be 144, or it'd be, I don't remember how many dozen they get in one of those deals, but they were in a long carton, and they were 1 foot square, so there was probably 6, 8, there might have been 20 dozen eggs in a case, and I had 3 of those cases on a cart. And I hit something or other in the store, and the one on top, I had 2 of them set like this and 1 set like one on top fell off. I thought, boy, I'm going to get fired. All the boss ever said was, the floor needed an egg shampoo anyway.
But it was kind of a mess to clean up.
Yes,
though.
it was a mess to clean up, but I knew dang good and well I'd screwed up and I was going to going to lose that job. I went from that job to work getting paid $40 a week and being on call with the local furniture store funeral home. if we weren't trying to sell furniture, we may have to go to a funeral, or we may have, I may be cutting down Venetian blinds, I may be cutting down the roll type blinds, and all sorts of things. I learned all sorts of different things to do to make things fit on that particular job. That one I think I was at for a year or two. Mr. Kramer would have liked for me to go to college and come back and take over his business, but I didn't quite want to be tied down that much, where you're on call 24/7. We were also the only ambulance service in the county. And when I went to work for them, they had a 1951 Oldsmobile hearse and a 1953 Pontiac hearse, or for an ambulance. But while I was working for them, they bought a 1961 Pontiac station wagon that we used as an ambulance and for picking up bodies. All we did was we put some old peg panels in the quarter windows, the big windows behind the back door. There were a couple of shades that you could pull down on the doors, and there was a shade you could pull down and back. We went to Columbia, Missouri to pick up a body one time, and we'd come through Kansas City and that was a different time. We came through Kansas City and picked up the casket. But this time we just had a body, and we were in a gas station in Chillicothe, Missouri. And of course, the deceased's feet were like this in the back window. And the guy pumping gas kept asking me, because the funeral director had gone in to get something to drink or something or other, "Sure your buddy doesn't want to get up and get a cup of coffee?" I told him no 2 or 3 times, and finally I said, "No, I don't think so. He's been dead for 3 days." I swear to you, I heard the chamois hit the water can out by the gas pumps and the screen door on the gas station bang at the same time. He wouldn't come back and finish filling gas in the car. I had to do it, because he had no idea what was going on. But we had some fun times. After that, I went to work for Jewel Mitchell Rural Electric.
I think you should tell her about your trip to Red Cloud.
Yeah, that's true. They got the pants scared off of me, not knowing what was going on. Sunday afternoon, the funeral director called me. He had another guy that worked there, and he sometimes would take a day or so off. So he had the day. Carol Collins had the day off, so he called me, and we went over south of Formosa. And this young lady that weighed probably 250, 275 pounds had rolled her 1948 Mercury. And it had thrown her out, and the car had rolled over her. First and only time I ever saw anybody lay with their shoulder blades flat on the ground and their hips perpendicular. Needless to say, her back was broken. Well, we loaded her up in the 1961 Pontiac
So you
station
actually
wagon.
went to the crash site?
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. Several times. We were the only ambulance service. We were the only funeral. Well, we weren't the only funeral home in the county, but we were the primary one. Formosa was 10 or 15 miles east of Mankato, and he knew from looking at her identification that the funeral director in Red Cloud, Nebraska, which was go 5 miles west of Mankato, up through Burr Oak, into Nebraska, and about 10 miles on west in Nebraska, was going to end up with the service. Mm-hmm. So he called him and asked him if he wanted to do the arterial and the cavity, or the body prep. And of course, what can a guy say? He said, "Sure, bring her on." So he comes out and tosses me the keys. And so off I go on 36 Highway west up through Burr Oak and into Nebraska. Well, they were in the process of redoing some of the bridges, and there was a slight bump to get onto each one of the bridges as you're going down the highway. Well, every time I hit one of those bridges, I got an from about 18 inches behind my head. And so by the time I got to Red Cloud, Nebraska, we were doing close to 90 miles an hour.
Were there just...
All was happening was as I hit those bumps, it was causing her chest to compress, and air was escaping through her lungs, and it was vibrating her vocal cords. Once they pulled the cover off, and I could see the blood, mucus, whatever you want to call it, bubbles all over her face, I understood what was going on. But another time, under a similar situation, I'm driving, and we'd been to an accident over by Formosa. This family had been to Detroit and bought a 1961 Chevrolet Biscayne, and they were redoing the highway, and they put a detour that they were doing a fill job, so you didn't have to go up and down and so on and so forth like a roller coaster. Mm-hmm. Well, while they were doing that, you still had to go detour off the highway and go down and come back up. And somehow, in making that transition, somebody got across the center line and hit this new 1961 Chevy Biscayne head on. And this heavy-set lady had slid forward and got her foot caught underneath her and had a compound fracture of the right leg below the knee. And of course, here we are, we pick her up. Her leg's hanging down, bones are sticking out, and she's screaming bloody murder. We don't have any anesthetic, so he's popping ammonia capsules underneath her nose, and we head for Belleville, which was the nearest hospital. Well, you're on a 2-lane road. Unfortunately, there was a National Guard convoy going the other direction. And of course, they're spaced out. You don't have time to get through them when you get caught behind a slower car in front of you. And of course, we had lights flashing, but that was, people weren't getting out of the way because it was raining slightly and all sorts of fun. So she screamed and shouted all the way to Belleville. So you had all sorts of fun and games with that job. But then I started making $1.25 an hour working, digging holes for Jewel Mitchell REA. That was after I graduated from high school. Mm-hmm. They had inventoried all the telephone poles in their system, and they knew they had some poles that had been pressure treated for preservatives during World War II when they used substitutes. In other words, like a Dirk's post or a CCA lumber that is pressure treated so that it won't rot. All of your telephone poles and your fence posts that are wooden rot off normally at the ground line because that's where the moisture collects. Yeah. Because it's not above the ground, the sun will burn it off. Below the ground, it gets absorbed. But that's where your rot usually takes place. They decided they needed to figure out whether these poles still were good poles or not. So they'd inventoried their system. Had a 4-county area, Jewel, Smith, Mitchell, and Osborne counties. And they hired a wood technician from Colorado State to come, and it was my job or Jim Ross's job to dig a hole 12 inches all the way around this pole and 18 inches down so that he could take 3 wood borings, 12 inches down, 6 inches down at ground line, and record it on an IBM punch card type thing. And every pole had a card. And then we would put pegs into the holes to fill the holes up. And we had a preservative that we pulled out of we had a brown paper roll with polyethylene sheet on it, and we pulled it through a machine that spread a thin layer of preservative on it. And you had to wrap that around the pole after you had plugged the holes, staple it on, and then backfill the hole. Well, usually what happened is one of either Jim or I would find out what the numbers were and start down the line, and we'd be digging holes ahead of them, and then they'd come along and do what they needed to do to check the pole, treat the pole, and then backfill it. We just worked our way down the road that way. But that was $1.25 an hour. That only lasted one summer. The next summer, after my freshman year in college, we were on a spray crew. We were spraying 2,4-D and 2,4,5-T, or the basic elements of Agent Orange that we were trying to stay away from in Vietnam. We were spraying underneath REA lines to kill trees.
So maybe hindsight, that wasn't so safe of a job.
Well, the next 2 years, next 2 summers, they took me off the spray crew, and I started working as the ground guy for the lineman assigned in Osborne County. And I'd ride with him 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. And sometimes get called out at night, very few times, but that's beside the point. I did not work for them at it long enough at any period of time that they would allow me to climb poles. But I could sure pull on a rope and a block and tackle and hoist a transformer up from the ground to a pole to hang on the bolts that were up there. Mm-hmm. Or I could fetch tools from the truck and so on and so forth, so he didn't have to come down the pole if he didn't take up what he needed. But after that, after I graduated from college, I had about $28.15 in the bank, if I remember correctly, and I went to work for a millworks there in Osborne, manufacturing wooden windows. When they shut down in September of 1967, they moved their operation to Lee Summit, Missouri. They wanted me to go with them, but I just couldn't see any future in sawdust. But that's beside the point.
Okay, so kind of going to a different area. Did you have any, like a teen idol or someone that was sort of a celebrity that you...
Well, everybody thought Elvis Presley was the only thing going when I was in high school, but that's beside the point. I don't remember. In this day and age, you have MP3 players, you have CDs, you have all this sort of stuff. We didn't have that sort of thing. All we had was records. And I did not have, we had a record player, but I did not invest in records and things like that. I spent most of my time, if I wanted to, I went to the local library and got my books to read, so on and so forth. At one time I had, when I was in grade school, I had almost all of the Hardy Boys series books, because I had purchased those. And I think my mother sold those at a garage sale after I graduated from high school.
I thought we moved those to our 70.
I don't remember having them there. Over on Northwest 78th Terrace,
Yep,
our first house over there.
in that tomb thing.
Tomb thing. You mean the box? My mother had me, when I was working for the furniture store funeral home, I made my own box to store some of my high school memorabilia and things like that. Well, it also has handles on the side of it that came from boxes that we received caskets in. So it's always been known as the coffin.
Oh. I was going to ask you that about the funeral home. I forgot to. Did they make coffins there too? Or
No.
did they make their furniture?
Originally, the reason that furniture stores and funeral homes became associated with one another was because they did exactly that. Mm-hmm. They not only handled the bodies, but they also manufactured the coffins. Mm-hmm. And as a sideline, started manufacturing furniture. Mm-hmm. And in small towns, that's been a pretty common two-venture sort of thing. Mm-hmm. But no, we did not. I can remember one time we came into Kansas City to pick up a body, and we actually stopped at Kansas City Casket Company down here. I think it was like 6th or 7th and Broadway. And you'd never know what the company was from the outside. It just looked like another brick building. But inside you could find everything, any kind of casket you want to think about. Mm-hmm. From basically plain wooden with fabric covering it, all the way up to very plush. I'd never seen one before, and I'd never seen one used. Looked like nothing more than a reclining couch. It was basically flat, and one end of it had sort of a headrest on it, and I had all sorts of buttons in it, like pleated buttons,
Oh,
and it was a blue velvet. I remember that color.
it's very fancy.
Yeah, very, very fancy. I've never seen anything ever use one.
That was a special order, or?
I don't have the slightest idea. He did. I know what happened is Toby Kramer didn't have in the family had probably already pre-selected a casket, and we were coming down to the VA or somebody or other to pick up the body, and basically, I don't know whether it had already been prepped or not, and I don't remember whether we basically used a body bag, but we put the body in the casket and then put it in the back of the vehicle we were driving and locked it down and basically went back home.
Okay. So you kind of mentioned that your parents like to go to the kind of big band and dance, and did you have a favorite music or band or dance when you were in school?
Well, my parents did that when I was in grade school, but I don't remember them doing that when I was in high school. But there was a band in north central Kansas called the Flippers, Flippers, and they were a rock and roll band. And it was nothing to drive 60 or 70 miles to go to a dance that they were playing at, because that was the place to be. But that was when I was in high school.
Did you use your dancing skills there, or was it?
Well, yes. I probably failed to mention that all through grade school, I took dancing lessons from a lady in Parsons,
Okay.
where I primarily participated in tap dancing and that sort of thing. I was offered the opportunity to work in ballet, and unfortunately I didn't think I wanted to do that.
What got you interested in tap dancing, or were you just kind of?
I don't know, it was something else to do. I don't really remember. We didn't have a YMCA. Mm-hmm. If we wanted to go to a swimming pool, we had to go to Independence to the swimming pool.
Okay.
There wasn't a local swimming pool except for farm ponds and the creek in Mound Valley. But we'll get into that later.
What would people you know find surprising about you as a teen? Maybe what do you think we grandkids would find surprising about you as a teen?
Probably that I was skinny and wore glasses.
Okay. You kind of mentioned that you went to college, so I'm curious about how did you transition to college, and kind of how did you pick where you went to college, or did you get to pick, or kind of talk about that?
At the time I graduated from high school, if your high school had a north central rating, any of the institutions that recognized that rating in the state of Kansas had to accept you. It wasn't where you had to apply, so on and so forth. But you had to apply. But I went to KU because everybody else was going to K-State. And I'd been on K-State's campus. The fact that my father was my high school superintendent, there were only 100 students in high school, freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior, total 100.
Okay.
My graduating class was only 27. So I was trying to get out from underneath the thumb that's Lyle Price's kid, and so on and so forth, because I was trying to get out from underneath that microscope. Mm-hmm. As it turned out, I was out of my graduating class, I think there were 3 or 4 of us that went to KU. Now, only 2 of us that I know of actually graduated. One of the kids I worked with went for a year or 2 because his girlfriend, who was a year or 2 older than he, was going down there. Mm-hmm. Then I think he eventually joined the Navy. I flunked the draft physical in the fall of 1965. Probably because I had a football injury called a varicose vein on the inside of my left leg. I knew I had a bump. I didn't think anything about it. But what I want to call him, the doctor at the induction center pulled me out of line and started palpitating my leg, and the next thing I know, he's mumbling something or other about we'll never take you, and pushed me back, told me to get back in line. And I thought a little bit later, wait a minute, he wrote something on here. What's this says? Varicose vein, left leg. And of course, when I got down at the end, somebody looked at it and I saw a big rejected sign slapped on it. So I celebrated by going to the KU K-State football game over at K-State.
Kepi was really very upset.
Well, I was upset to a certain extent. I felt that since I grew up in this country, that in order to win the freedoms that we have, that I should have to serve. But they wouldn't take me. So, had to live with that.
His brother was trying to get out of it, and he was trying to get into it.
What do you remember what it was like the first day you went to college? Maybe like being dropped off, or were you dropped off? Or
Yes, I was. I moved into a dormitory at KU called Caruth O'Leary. It was a 3-story dormitory, and the top 2 floors did not connect. It was originally built, I understood, to be a co-ed dormitory. Don't know that it was ever used as that. And I started palling around with my roommate, and he apparently had some other friends there. He was from Johnson County, and he apparently had some other friends, and I remember running around with them for a day or two until I finally made some other friends. He bothered me to a large extent because he had an M1 carbine rifle that he kept in the room underneath his bed. Not only that, but he had 2 banana clips, probably 30-round banana clips taped together for some quick change.
Well, I don't think that would be allowed today.
Well, it wasn't allowed then.
Oh.
But he didn't know it. My bed happened to be on the north wall, and the RA lived on the other side. Mm-hmm. So if I'm laying in bed and they're discussing somebody in the dormitory, I could pretty well tell what was going on. My second semester, I moved into a room with an athlete from Cherryvale, Kansas, who was a high jumper by the name of Tice Smith. And that was basically down the hall. I heard a commotion outside the hall one day, and lo and behold, I step out, and here's the campus cops and the RA and all sorts of different people. Apparently, my neighbors across the hall, I moved. My original room, my first semester, was on the west side of the building, and it fronted on Campus Road, which was a street. Well, second semester I moved to the back side, which overlooked the parking lot. But the room across the hall still faced out. And some knucklehead in the room had shot a BB gun out the window at somebody riding by on a bicycle and hit him up the side of the head.
Ouch.
About an inch further forward, the guy had lost an eye, and an inch further back, it might have penetrated his brain. Needless to say, I didn't see much of those people after that. They disappeared.
What years were you at KU again?
Fall of 1962 through the spring of 1967. It took me 5 years to get my 4. At the time I was there, in order to graduate from the School of Liberal Arts and Sciences, you were required to have passed or have equivalency of 16 hours of a foreign language. I understand you can get that taken care of now with 1 3 or 5 hour computer class. But back then you had to either have equivalency or take it. And being a smart fellow, I thought, I'm of German descent. I think I'll take German. Well, I got 10 hours into it with two 5-hour classes of D's. And I thought, I don't think I want to start over. Because, like I said earlier, my grade school 7th and 8th grade teacher did not like English, so I didn't know enough about the structure of my own language to understand about the structure of a foreign language. So I ended up in an honors class for the 3rd course. What had happened is I'd set myself up. I even went so far as to dummy up my enrollment card so that they could only give me a particular class at 2:30 in the afternoon. And I thought, this will give me an hour or two ahead of time to study for it. Well, lo and behold, the honors class that was set for that same period didn't fill. So they dumped all the honors students into my class, and I flunked the 3rd course. So I laid off the language for a year and went back, and the next time I took it under the same teacher and passed it with a C. So my 4th class, in order to graduate, I took a reading class. I could read it as long as I didn't have to speak it and write a whole bunch of stuff. I was fine. But that's what caused me to get behind and have to end up taking 5 years to get 4.
Do you have any memorable college moments you'd like to share?
I was in the stadium in the fall of 1963 when, if you missed the first play of the game and the last 90 seconds, you missed the whole game. Because Gale Sayers took the opening kickoff back for a touchdown against Oklahoma, and they went up 7-0. Oklahoma scored 14 points. With 90 seconds left to go in the 4th quarter, they brought in a sophomore quarterback by the name of Bobby Scahan from Columbus, Kansas. And he engineered a drive that took them all the way down, and they scored with 1 or 2 seconds left on the clock. And they ran for a 2-point conversion and made it. Probably the last time KU has beaten Oklahoma 15-14.
So you mentioned your roommate that had the rifle. Do you have any other memorable roommate moments?
Well, like I said, a freshman year I lived in a dormitory. My sophomore year I pledged a fraternity that just happened to be across the street. And there were a lot of different things that went on over there that I don't know whether you call them memorable or what. Don't know of anything that stood out extremely. I know as a pledge, they sent us out to steal clothesline to anchor the homecoming decorations. And I don't remember whether it was one of my pledge brothers or whether it was an active, but somebody clotheslined himself because he was running through a yard and caught the dang clothesline underneath his neck.
So you stole some Lawrence, Kansas residents.
Yes.
Clothesline.
When I moved into the house, they were sleeping basically 58 to 60 people in a sleeping dorm. And there was barely room between the beds to get down, and there was then there'd be an aisle, and these beds were right side by side. One of my pledge brothers and I convinced them that if they'd let us cut a third of them in half, we could make triple deckers out of them, and there would be more room in the sleeping dorm. And we did that, and we ran out of welding rod. I had never seen welding rod. I'd never seen coat hanger used as welding rod, but that's how we finished up the project. My roommate for 3 years, after I made my grades and became an active, I gravitated to a couple of guys from Independence who were in a similar situation to myself. We were basically financing our own education. My parents sent me to school with the idea that we'll pay for your room and board, but it's up to you to cover tuition, books, and any other incidental expenses. So I needed to go home and make $1,500 to $2,000 every summer so I could go back to school. Well, one of my roommates, Troy Renicky, had a 1951 Chevrolet six-cylinder inline Chevrolet, and he blew the engine in it. We went to a junkyard, and he bought a 1961 straight inline Chevrolet engine. And we took the old engine out in the parking lot and rebuilt the one we bought at the junkyard and put it back in the Chevy. Well, the mistake we made was we put the oil pan on before we put the distributor in. And we got the distributor one tooth off, so it wouldn't fire correctly. And they were taking bets in the fraternity house that we'd never get the dang thing running again. Well, when we finally took it to a mechanic, he picked that distributor up, turned it, set it back down, tightened it up, boom, ran for the next 3 years. But they were taking bets in the fraternity house that we'd never get it done. I became the house manager in the fraternity house mainly because I came home one day shortly after I'd made my grades and been initiated, and the house manager was looking at the big oak doors on the front door of the fraternity house, which were probably 4 or 5 feet wide and actually went up to a peak because it was an English Tudor type house. He was trying to figure out how to take the door off the hinges so he could send the door to a locksmith to change the locks. And I showed him how to take the lock cylinders out of the lock. Well, within 2 weeks, I was the new house manager.
Oh. He decided he didn't want the...
Well, he decided somebody else knew more about it than he did.
Oh.
He turned out to be an insurance salesman after he graduated from college. I don't know where John Dubois is anymore.
Yeah. Did you have any on-campus activities that you participated in besides the manager? Or?
Not really. The student union organization had free, what you'd call, foreign films that we'd go to, but most of the time there were set activities that the fraternity house was having, whether it be parties, so on and so forth. I found it interesting in my latest edition of the Kansas Alumni magazine. They were they did an article on a bar called The Wheel, which was over on the just off the east side of campus, and this guy was telling how he had influenced the guy that purchased it and said in the late 50s, all of the bars in Lawrence played Frank Sinatra type music, real slow and melodic so people could converse and so on and so forth. And in 1956 or 58, I think it was, he bought what they called a dynamite inn, or he owned that down on 23rd Street, and he bought what was the old American Legion building and turned it into a bar called the Staples. And the only reason I thought it was because it was out almost in farm country, but that's beside the point. And they started playing rock and roll and loud music and so on and so forth. And then the Wheel that they'd profiled earlier in an earlier alumni magazine started doing the same thing. And there were several other bars that we frequented all the time. A lot of times we go downtown to Louise's because Louise's served 28-ounce schooners for the same price as you could buy a 12-ounce beer at these other places. In other words, you got more for your money.
Right.
And I think that schooner cost you 50 cents.
Oh. So you've been... Oh, what were you saying?
Well, now you pay $5 or $6 for a 12-ounce beer.
Oh, yeah.
And here you were getting 28 ounces for 50 cents.
That's sounds good to me, being a college student.
Yep. Well, you learned how to be economical. My mother taught me how to do my laundry before I ever went to college. And my freshman year, I probably did a few loads at the dormitory. But then I found out there was a place downtown called Gravitz, where all you had to do was bag it all up in a bag and take it down there, and they'd wash it for one price per bag. And then you go pick your bag up. Now, didn't do much for wash and wear clothes, because that's what most of us wore, but you could still iron your shirts and they'd come out halfway decent. If you knew how to sprinkle water on them, it helped.
You said you studied anthropology. Why did you pick that? And
Well, I read something interesting the other day that said you're supposed to choose something that you're interested in, and you'll never work another day in your life because they're not hiring in that occupation. But I found something I was interested in. And anthropology, actually, I would have liked to have become what you would know now as a forensic anthropologist. I liked the identification of bones. And I was lucky enough to pass through the anthropology department while a gentleman, a professor by the name of William Bass, was there. He went on to the University of Tennessee and is now well known for starting what they called the body farm. He got the local authorities in Chattanooga or wherever the University of Tennessee is to donate unclaimed bodies to him. And he would put them out in a confined area under various different circumstances, maybe in the trunk of a car, maybe partially buried in the ground, maybe in a hole with a piece of plywood over the top of it, or maybe in a refrigerator or something. And his graduate students would monitor them, and they begin to plot the rate of decay. And after several years of this research, he became the authority and the person to go to for determining how long a body had been at a particular location. But I was more interested in looking at it from the aspect of how do you tell a male from a female in its skeleton? And it's fairly simple, that if you look right straight down the pelvis, believe it or not, a woman looks like a heart. And you will find that women will have a pointed mandible, whereas men are pretty well squared off. Women can bend their arm to the point that it looks like you've gone over, because the fossa that the ulna rotates back into the humerus is deeper, because women's bones stop growing quicker than men's. So if you've seen people whose arm comes up like this, more of an angle, that's a feminine characteristic. But Dr. Bass talked about one case that he did, that he would have identified the remains as a male, except for the fact that she had a fetus in her pelvic cavity. Because all the bones looked like masculine. But I took a bone class under him, and he was always sneaking raccoon bones and other things. Well, some of those are fairly simple and similar to human bones, but not all the time.
is he trying to trick you or just teach
He was trying to, he didn't have enough, if you needed 10 bones and he only had 5, then he was filling it out, so on and so forth. But anthropology basically has, I think it's 5 different disciplines, because you've got cultural, you've got physical, you've got linguistics, you've got archaeology, and then you've got applied.
Yeah.
And basically applied, a lot of times, is studying what they were eating, where they were living, what the conditions were, and why that influenced what happened to their bodies, so on and so forth. Cultural, you're just studying the culture. Now I think the linguistics department is a complete separate discipline. It's no longer under anthropology. I think it's a discipline of its own. But it wasn't in the 60s.
Well, still at K-State, I've taken intro to cultural, linguistic, and physical, so there's at least those. For sure, I know.
I was giving a young lady a bad time at the grocery store a week ago today. She was saying she was home from college. And I said, where do you go to school? And she said, Vanderbilt. And I said, all right, I knew that. I knew that was in Nashville, so on and so forth, because my oldest son had attended Austin Peay for a year, or 9 months. And of course, then the next thing it was, you all have a nice day. And okay, you're doing the same dang thing he did. Didn't take very long for you to start picking up on the southern accent.
If you could do it again, would you take the same academic path, or would you change what you did?
I probably would. What I probably should have done is gone on to graduate school. But I decided that I'd had 5 years of school, and I didn't know where the next dollar was coming from. Because after I graduated from college, like I said, I had like $28.15 in the bank. I had been working when in school as a substitute waiter in the kitchen at the fraternity house in order to supplement my income. It also allowed me to get more food because we got to eat all we wanted. They weren't just whatever was on the plate that you took out to somebody else. But it was to the point where I was working practically every night, or at least 3 to 5 nights a week, because there was always somebody that needed off for study for a test or something or other. And I needed to go home, and that's basically, I went back to Osborne and got this job with Michaelis Milling, making wooden windows. And I spent most of what I made for that buying a car. I put in $450, and my dad put in $450 when we bought a 1961 Ford Galaxy for $900. And after the mill closed in the middle of September, then I took a trip to Salina, to Wichita, looking for employment, and ended up in Kansas City. In fact, I had interviewed at General Motors, and they hadn't gotten back to me. And on a Friday night, Bob Pearson, who I'd been staying with, was a fraternity brother of mine over here off of North Oak at about 45th Street, said, well, let's sit down and drink a beer. Before I hit the road, I was getting ready to go back to Osborne. Didn't know what the heck I was going to do. And about 5:15, the personnel director called me and told me to come to work at General Motors on Monday morning. Otherwise, I don't know, if he'd have missed me, I don't know what I'd have done, but that's beside the point. Of course, we didn't have cell phones then, and everything was landline.
So, if he missed you, then
Could have been a missed opportunity. General Motors at that particular juncture decided that for some unknown reason they wanted to hire college graduates to be supervisors. And I learned real quick that yes, there's an academic portion here that's fine, since they put me through foreman and training class, but how am I, a snot-nosed 23-year-old kid or 21, 22-year-old kid, going to tell somebody that's been doing this job for 20 years or more? I mean, I was going into a situation where I was supervising people that were old enough to be my father. And I'm going to tell them how to do their job. My best bet was to learn from them and try to figure out how to be more efficient in what we were doing.
did any of them kind of give you a hard time, or?
Yes, some of them did. Some of them, everything you did, they called a committeeman on you, and so on and so forth. So you had to learn what the contract was and how not to mess up, and so on and so forth.
And that was your first? Would you say that was your first big job out of college?
Yes,
then?
it was.
And then
I spent almost 37 and a half years of working for General Motors now. And they wanted a supervisor for a floor in the material department, and I worked unloading docks as a supervisor. I worked interior areas, both in chassis and trim. Didn't work in a body shop or work on dock 1 where they were unloading metal, but I worked on Dock 3 where we were unloading chassis metal, mostly hoods and fenders and things like that. But I learned to let my people, say, here, we need to get X number of cars, and so on. And you had cars in the yard that were getting ready to go on penalty, demurrage, and etc. And you had to figure out how to get rid of those and get them all worked off. One particular track that I worked for a while, 4, 5, and 8, unloaded seat frames, unloaded trim for putting over the foam rubber on the seat frames. We unloaded engines, axles, transmissions, coil springs, the whole 9 yards.
Was there ever a time at the beginning that you thought you might find something else, or did you just think I have?
Well, I just thought it was going to be a short job and I'd find something else, and never did.
Never did. Mm-hmm.
And I worked on the floor for, I went to foreman and training school, and I ended that in February of 1968, and they assigned me to work track 3 on the second shift, and I don't know how long I was there. I worked various different places on the floor until 1974, and in March or sometime in 74 they were going to lay off a bunch of us, and in fact they did. I was out of work for like 5 months, but for the first time in the history of the corporation, they were going to pay us to stay home. The hourly employees had already negotiated a 95% payment if they weren't working, for if the company was shut down or something or other. Mm-hmm. For example, they went from 2 shifts to 1 shift. So they had all these people that they wanted to keep in reserve. And you'd go out and try to get a job, and people find out you were laid off from General Motors, and they knew you weren't going to be there very long because they couldn't pay you what General Motors was paying you. So they knew that they weren't going to keep you very long, unless you just really wanted to get out away from General Motors. And some people did, believe it or not. In 1970, so I came home and started babysitting, and she went to work. Your grandmother went to work. Anyway, and wasn't good because that's how John got here. He was born in December 30th of 1974. In 1975, they wanted to do the same thing, but they offered me the opportunity to go into the offices and learn how to expedite parts. So I took that opportunity, and I was basically chasing trim parts, and I also had glass. And then the guy on the Buick desk, well, when they went back to 2 shifts, I says, is there any possibility I can stay up here in the offices, because it was all on 1 shift. It was always on first shift. Whereas on the floor, I was bouncing back and forth every so often between days and nights. Mm-hmm. And I thought with a family that it'd be better to be on 1 shift. And so they let me stay in the offices. And through retirement and attrition, they ended up making the guy that was handling the Buick desk the office manager, and I took over the book that he had, which was chasing parts for specifically manufactured by Buick. And I think we jumbled that all up because they did away with car lines when we went to the new plant in 1984. Because I was still expediting parts, but I don't remember they were Buick or not. Mm-hmm. I eventually took over the engineering change job. And for the last 13 years that I worked for General Motors, I was making sure the computer read correctly as we phased out Part A and started Part B, and making sure that the computer was deducting the right amount of parts. And that's basically pretty much the jobs I did with General Motors. Yep. So it wasn't all the same thing.
But
in fact, it was sort of ironic because I learned how to write my own specs. And John, who works for Garmin Industries, went into a meeting one day, and this young lady says, "Do you have any relatives who work for General Motors?" And he says, "Yeah, my dad works for Fairfax." And she says, "Boy, he used to save my tail end because he'd write specs for me that I couldn't get written from central office." So in other words, in a 24-hour period, I could change the spec from where it was to what somebody wanted it to be on a temporary deviation. And then when the engineering change came through, I just flip-flopped the engineering change for the temporary.
Can you explain to me a little bit what a spec is?
Specifications are basically it's how the car goes together, or how what parts should go on the car. In other words, if the situation calls for an AM and FM radio, then it's a certain line of spec, and that has to be pulled from. That tells the operator how to build the car, basically. In other words, your telephone has a specification for, we'll say, the size, so on and so forth, or the components that go into it, and so on and so forth. And if you're building 60 of them an hour, then you need to be deducting that many parts for what's going down the line. And what's going down the line doesn't all take the same parts. And it's all driven by the specifications for each particular option, and so on and so forth. We had such a body shop in the old plant. It was possible because of the way the side frame gates operated, and we were using the same floor pan, the same rear compartment pan, and the same firewall, that for a coupe or a sedan, that it was possible for you to have two doors on one side and one door on the other side. Because every once in a while they'd screw up and get them situated that way. And you'd have a job going down the line in a body shop that had two doors on the left side and only one door on the right side.
Oops.
Yes, oops.
Let's see. Do you want to kind of switch from your career to maybe how to, let's see, I guess we'll say love life. Who was your first love, would you say?
I don't remember.
Off the record.
Sarah.
In college, I dated a young lady because I couldn't date her roommate. Her roommate is what I really wanted to date, but she was almost engaged to a guy here in Kansas City. And she was only planning on going to KU for 2 years because at that point she could qualify to teach in the Catholic schools in Kansas City, Kansas. And I dated her roommate, a girl by the name of Sarah Piquel, and Sarah wanted to get married. I had no interest in getting married. In fact, I didn't know at the time she was dating me and a pharmacy student at the same time.
Oh, she's...
And I don't know how she was working that, but I got an invitation to, or an announcement for her wedding during the summer of my sophomore year. And she came back for homecoming in the fall of 1963. And I think basically it was to show me that she wasn't pregnant. But she was married at that time to a guy that, I think his name was Wunderlich or something like that. I have no idea where they went after that. But I don't know that was I don't know whether you'd call it a love. I was interested, but I wasn't planning on getting married.
Just at least not at that point?
Not at that point. No, I knew I needed to finish college. And the only way to stay away from the draft that was to stay in school. And as it was, because I dropped some classes in during my sophomore year, I didn't pass 28 hours in a calendar year. I passed like 24 or 26. So I got a notification from my draft board in Mankato to go take my physical in July down here at the induction center at they're west of Union Station.
Okay.
I think they're now turning it into a dance. I think the School of Fine Arts at UMKC is turning it into a dance pavilion or something like that. Anyway, so I petitioned to wait until to take, since I was going to school and working, I didn't want to take off work, so I petitioned to take it with the Douglas County group. So I went in September with several members from Haskell Institute and being an idiot, they lined us all up and asked for volunteers, and I stepped forward. As it turned out, we were the guys that got to go to the Hotel President downtown and spend the night instead of having to sleep in the induction center. Now, there were several of the people that also went down to the Hotel President that spent the night running up and down the street in the bars till they closed.
And is that the time they found the vein and everything?
Yes.
Or? Okay.
Yes. That was September of 1965. It's about 5 foot by 24 inches by 24 inches.
And where's the coffin?
Downstairs.
And what's in the contents?
It's not really
I got a body down there.
Well, I know it's not a body, but I mean,
It has books and memorabilia. It has my college annuals. It has some college books and all sorts of stuff like that.
It used to be full of Reader's Digest.
How would you know? You haven't been in it.
because I ate it.
Okay. I asked you about that. Oh, who are you closest to in your family?
Well, at this particular point, the only one left is my brother. And we're not all that close because he lives in California.
Now I'm going to kind of move on to like politics and history. What do you consider to be the most significant political event that occurred in your life?
Well, basically, my life started during World War II, and that was basically the start of what you might call the middle class, because all those soldiers coming back from World War II were able to use the GI Bill and go to school, and became the rich and the poor kind of got muddled in between, and so on and so forth. Probably the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was supposed to make everything equal. Not really sure that it did. We're still, I should say, laboring under the mistake or the idea that everybody is equal. We keep saying that, but yet even today we're talking about the fact that we don't want Muslims in the United States. We don't want Syrians in the United States. But yet this country was founded on religious freedom. So we're being sort of, as a nation, we're being sort of hypercritical and hypocritical to say that these people are, these people basically have a garbage bag and that's all their belongings. Now, who's going to say that they're going to bring a bomb in with that? I don't understand that. It doesn't make any sense to me. But people have a tendency to adopt that philosophy of not in my backyard. What do they call that?
You got that right.
America. Mamby or something or other, Mimby or something or other, not in my backyard.
Yeah.
But I don't understand, people making decisions about large groups of people without
Look, now I can pick your nose. Oh,
experiencing anything. I heard someone say the other day, do you know what the definition of a nigger is? Well, in this particular case, it's an African American that you haven't met. Because you're using a derogatory term to describe someone that you have no idea who is. And you haven't made the effort to find out. So you shouldn't be doing that. But
But that's a little bit different
Just-
than people from across the way.
what are you talking about? Anyway, but let's see here. The question was
Significant political event. That is
political events. Political events. Well, who would have thought we would have an African American president? I mean, that shows a lot of equality, but even though he's trying to do the right thing, people still criticize him. So it seems to be it's people's right to gripe, and it bothers me that when they do gripe, they don't have a better plan. In other words, if you're not part of the problem, then you should be part of the solution. And if you're going to complain about something, then you need to have a way of taking care of it. And I don't understand Donald Trump's popularity, because he's just a pompous asshole. Because he's not contributing anything as far as any changes in policy, but yet people like to hear what he has to say. But what he has to say is not going to help anybody. I mean, believe it or not, his statement is that he wants to deport all the illegal immigrants. Right now, it's statistically already been proven that there are more Mexicans moving out of the United States and going back to Mexico than there are coming in. Now, we're not talking about the Central Americans that are still coming in. So, he can make his statement, but he's got unrealistic expectations. We're not going to put up a wall down there. The thing that I think probably most people have missed in the Paris attacks is, yes, we require you to have a passport, or we have a vetting process for immigrants that is 18 months to 24 months long, where they're doing background checks and etc. But most people, and I haven't heard even a news commentator make the statement, that as people move about Europe, that they can go from any one of the member countries of the Economic Union. You don't have to have a passport. All you have to do is just drive across the border. So they don't understand that these terrorists, quote unquote, who came from Belgium can easily pass across the Belgian-French border without anybody ever checking them. And you can't do it. If you go to Canada or Mexico, you have to have a passport.
Yeah.
Or you don't go. They turn your butt around and send you back. And those are things that happened after 9/11 in 2001. So yes, there's been a lot of significant political things happen, whether it be the Vietnam War, and we don't seem to learn from our own mistakes, because getting involved in Iraq and Afghanistan and Iran is nothing more. We traded a jungle war for a desert war. And in both cases, it's not like it was in the 1800s where two armies lined it up facing each other and shot it out. You're talking about guerrilla warfare. The Vietnam War was, there were people in trees, there were people underground. You were fighting one or two people here and there, and the same thing is going on with what we've got going on in the Middle East. And we're trying to impose our ideas of democracy upon the people in Vietnam, met people in the Middle East. And I read an editorial the other day that was describing
Take everything.
the situation in the Middle East as being us trying to impose modernity or modernism on primitive medievalism.
Well, maybe the thought should be just because we think our ways are newer and better, that doesn't mean that's what they really need.
That is correct. That is correct.
But morally they are.
Morally, they are. But Eric,
Who says they have the right to just stone people for not listening to their parents?
because that's the environment that they're brought up in. That if you don't do certain things, then you are violating their code.
I mean, it's sort of like
Just set
in
it on top.
parenting. You know, you study.
It's the difference between a Dr. Spock method and a very hands-on method.
I mean, we show that maybe spanking your child isn't the best, but if that's the kind of culture you're brought up in, then it maybe not affect you as the same as if you're not. So, but that's a very deep topic that we
Yes,
could
it
get
is.
into.
It is.
So, if you could choose another historical era to live in other than now, where would you choose to live? Or what time would you choose to live?
That is a good question. I'd probably like to go back and relive the 60s.
As older, younger, same age, or?
Good question. If I could retain the knowledge and go back and be a teenager again, maybe I wouldn't make some of those mistakes I made back then. But
60s?
everybody enjoys their teenage years, or early 20s, whatever.
And this is a specific Eric question.
What was one of your major mistakes?
What was your favorite president? Or who is your favorite president?
Probably Eisenhower.
Would you like to know more about that?
I thought it was Truman.
Who said? Why would you say that? Because actually, FDR was president when I was born. Truman became president when FDR died in 1945.
I thought you said that because he's a Missouri boy.
Well, I wasn't raised in Missouri. I was raised in Kansas.
Well, I was partially.
You're a little of both. Now, Eisenhower, under the Eisenhower administration, the interstate system was started.
Because of the Germans.
Well, it was patterned after the Autobahn, yes.
Okay, if you could meet any historical figure, past, present, who would it be and why?
I'm trying to remember the guy's name. I want to say S.B. Leakey. And he's no one that you would know historically, but he was one of the first ones to excavate archaeologically in Africa and started linking the humanoid evolution.
That would be very interesting.
And another one would be like Charles Darwin,
Yeah,
who came up with the theory of evolution. But
okay.
South Carolina.
most people don't seem to understand, and I don't know how to explain it any better, that evolution and religion are not two separate issues. I see them as being an extension of each other. But I also believe that the Bible was written by men who were influenced by the events that were occurring around them, rather than being It's someplace in there you have to justify that this is what God told them to write.
Yeah.
Now, evolution and the Big Bang says that
Because you haven't put ice on it.
things happen in a certain physical way. Now, I think that that could just as easily be interpreted as that's what a supreme being would have wanted.
Some water and put cold
But
packs on.
the idea of a supreme being is a man-made entity. Whether or not that's, and we take everything on faith. And the Catholic Church bases all their doctrine on, and we're talking about original setup, on the fact that they did not feel the common man should be able to interpret the Bible. And that's why they had priests. And he was supposed to be the messenger, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And the reason that the churches, various different churches, whether it be the Lutheran Church with Martin Luther or any of the others, broke away from the Catholic Church was under the idea that man was intelligent enough to interpret these things for himself.
I took them home.
Mostly the teachings of the Bible. But if you look at it from the aspect that that's written by man, rather than with divine inspiration, rather than looking at it as the law, the word, so on and so forth, it's really no different than what the Muslims with Sharia law believe. So it's kind of 6 one, half a dozen of another.
Would you rather eat soup with a fork or drink off of a plate?
I don't think you're going to get much to eat off of either one of them.
Okay. Let's see.
You want to talk about outside activities, outside of career and family?
Yeah, I guess we never got into like how you got into soccer. I meant to go into there sometime, but
It's up to you what you want to do.
I guess I'll ask these real quick because these are. Asked Reed maybe what she'd like to know from you. I think I'll kind of change this into say, what was it like when you had grandchildren? Or how has that changed
Well,
your
it's
life?
fun to have grandchildren because you can spoil them rotten and then send them home to their parents. When you have grandchildren, you find that you see some of the same things that you did, and you try to improve upon them. At least there's no eye holes cut in the back of it.
Yeah. Improve upon her, Grandpa.
Well, you don't want to see your children make the same mistakes you made with them,
Right.
but can't always do that because most people learn from their mistakes, not from their successes.
Do you see any qualities in your grandkids that you have that are similar to or different than yourself?
Well, they grow up in a different era. My grandchildren have never known a world without the internet, a world without a cell phone. If I ask you what a 78 record was, or a 45 record,
Oh, contraire, mon
Yeah,
frere.
I know.
most kids don't have the slightest idea what you're talking about.
The
Because
record.
you guys grew up with possibly cassettes, CDs, MP3 players. Now you access it on your iPhone. So it's really hard to compare. There's the information that I used to have to dig out of an encyclopedia or go read multiple different articles, you now can get on your phone. Mm-hmm. You're carrying a small computer with your phone. Mm-hmm. And that creates problems. Not so much that the information is there, but you find out about things before somebody else does. Good example, I interviewed a young lady in Paris a week ago Friday who did not know about the attacks that occurred in the same town that she was in. Mm-hmm. Her parents called her from home to ask her if she's okay from Overland Park. And that's how she found out about what was going on.
Was she a K-State student?
I don't know.
I just know that we have a partnership with the
Yeah.
school there, and I heard that there was going to be an interview, but anyway,
In the middle 70s, or the early 70s, I got involved with the Southern Platte County JCs. My kids were starting to grow up, and I was looking for other outlets. At the same time, I got them involved in, they wanted to play soccer, so we got them involved in YMCA because there was no other soccer programs, which led me into Southern Platte County Athletic Association, where we started a soccer program so that the kids had a feeder program, and that developed into 5 of us going to the school board in December of 1979 because we realized that once the kids aged out of SPCA soccer, they had no place to go. We didn't have a high school team. So we went to the school board and asked for the original Park Hill soccer team, which went on the field in the fall of 1980. We figured we'd get rejected, but lo and behold, we got it passed the first night. And I think they looked at it from the aspect of we were asking for a budget of $5,000 for a coach, assistant coach, equipment, uniforms, etc., and they just spent $15,000 to replace football equipment only. And we were going to put 44 kids on the field playing another sport. So 6 of one, half a dozen of another. And that just morphed into, I've been hanging around ever since. Since 1989, I've been announcing both boys and girls high school soccer games. And starting my 26 years with Park Hill and 16 with Park Hill South. As I told you earlier, my wife says I have 3 biological kids and 1 other, and the other is soccer.
I know you mentioned JCs. Could you kind of explain what exactly that organization was? And
Junior Chamber of Commerce is similar to what a lot of cities have, a Chamber of Commerce, but those normally are organizations of already established businesses. And the JC organization, or Junior Chamber of Commerce, is more of a helping people become more, and allowing them to run projects and to see how things work so that they can start their own businesses and things like that. I was a member for a while and then a director. Never was a vice president, but I was president, past president, and secretary for the Southern Platte County JCs. Unfortunately, they no longer exist. But from what I learned there, I applied to SPCAA, where I spent 3 years on their board, during which we implemented spring and fall soccer for kids. We'd been only sponsoring baseball and softball in the summer and basketball for boys and girls in the winter. That has since been expanded so that the original charter for the SPC, for Southern Platte County Athletic Association, said you had to live in the Park Hill School District. That organization no longer exists. It's been replaced by one called the Northland Sports Alliance, and you can bring your own team in from other places. I don't know for sure, other than I think they're still doing the same things with baseball, softball for boys and girls in the summer, spring and fall soccer for boys and girls. I think they've even branched into volleyball, which for I don't know whether that's just for girls or whether that's for boys and girls.
this is kind of going a different way, but it's so this project, I don't know if I told you, but it's for development and aging. So to kind of tie in with that, do you have any reflections or comments about your views on aging and maybe how they change from being young and middle age? And
well, the whole aging thing snuck up on me. I used to be what I considered the youngest one in my office when I worked at General Motors. And all of a sudden I looked around and I realized that even my bosses, 2 and 3 levels higher than I, were younger than I. And I never knew when that happened. All of a sudden it snuck up on me. My mind says I'm not 71 years old. My body says I am. And this working Mondays and Wednesdays like I have, it keeps me flexible and moving.
Do you ever feel like you encountered, I'll call it ageism in the workplace? You know, someone, well, you're kind of too old to be doing this, or
Well, I kind of
anything
wondered
like
if that's
that?
the reason why they offered me retirement. Because at the time I was, well, let's see, 2005, I guess I was 61, 62 years old in that age range. And I got to noticing that the lady that was running the department, they only seemed to be hiring females. And all of a sudden I realized, I think they're trying to get rid of us old farts. Now, I did not feel like that they actually age discriminated against me, but I think they were looking for ways, because if they hire younger people in, anybody hired after, I think it's 2001, GM is not going to pay you a retirement from as such. You are going to be responsible, and they will match funds in your 401k. But up until that time, you could have a retirement fund and a 401k. So it's 6 one, half a dozen of another.
Do you have any thoughts of where you would want to live, or thoughts about growing older, fears, anything like that?
Well, I think I have the same fears that probably other people have of not being able to take care of myself, and not wanting to be a burden on my children if that comes to pass. So, but sometimes you can't control everything.
Yeah.
Sort of like teenagers.
Do you consider yourself to have a bucket list? Do you consider there anything left on there, or?
I don't know that I have a bucket list. There's a lot of things I'd like to do, but some of them are not going to be possible for financial reasons, but that's beside the point. No, I don't want to climb Kilimanjaro or Mount Everest or anything like that. Or, as one of the guys that I knew at General Motors, he wanted to ski on all 7 continents. And he actually did that. Unfortunately, he was riding with his brother, towing a boat, and he was riding in the back of the pickup and somehow managed to fall out of the pickup and the boat ran over him. But that's beside the point.
So what's on your bucket list doesn't mean you can afford it. What's on it?
I don't know that I have one. I haven't said that. I don't have anything written down on paper that I know of.
Okay, let's say you won the lottery. What would you do if you won the lottery?
Probably pay off all our bills and set up trust funds for my grandkids to get a college education.
Okay, so kind of going into future generations, which is kind of my idea for the project, is that this can be recorded for us to listen to later, or anything like that, or our kids. Is there anything specifically you'd like the future generations to know about you, or to know in general?
Well, I've never been exactly secretive. I think you know just about everything there is to know. But and if there's something you want to know, you need to ask. But I think I've tried to communicate it pretty well, but I don't know whether I have or not. That may not have worked.
Okay. It's kind of my wrapping up question.
Yep.
But, do you feel like there's anything else? I guess I already said that. Share at this point, or?
Just want everyone to be successful and be happy in what they're doing,
All right.
even if they do join the Navy.
Oh, wow.
My father was in the Army Air Corps, which that was before the Air Force. My oldest son joined the Marine Corps. So as he would say, well, as everyone knows, the Marine Corps is a division of the Navy.